Good morning. Now, for anyone that's heard me do a welcome before and an acknowledgement, I don't always sound this deep with my voice, but that'll teach me to go out and sing karaoke on a Tuesday night. So apologies for my voice this morning. My name's Alan Pert. I'm Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning, and it's a huge pleasure to welcome you all to the 2025 Ableist Cities Symposium. And it's wonderful to be back here in this space after such a rich and energising event last year. Importantly, I'd like to welcome everyone in the room, but also we have a large gathering online as well, so welcome to all of you. Importantly, I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the unceded lands in which we gather here today, the Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung and Bunurong people of the Eastern Kulin Nation. I honour their ancestors and elders and extend my respect to all First Nations peoples whose knowledges, stories and custodianship continue to shape these lands. For more than 60,000 years, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have cared for country with a depth of relational knowledge, responsibility and reciprocity that remains profoundly relevant to how we think about cities. Access, equity, and importantly, belonging today. Their knowledge systems, rooted in kinship, listening, and care, remind us that inclusion is not a new idea, it has long guided life in this country. And as a university community, we recognise that we work within an ongoing story of colonisation, one that has caused exclusion and dispossession. Acknowledging country asks us then not only to speak these truths, but to act on them. In offering this acknowledgement, we commit ourselves to conduct that is respectful, responsible, but importantly, accountable, to listening deeply, to designing and planning with care, and to contributing to a future where justice, where access and self-determination for First Peoples are embedded and not optional. And so, it's great to welcome you formally to the Ableist Symposium, which is importantly a collaboration between the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning here at the University of Melbourne, the Melbourne Disability Institute and the Faculty of Medicine, Dentistry and Health Sciences. I want to sincerely thank the organising team for curating such a rich and thoughtful programme, Dr Kirsten Day, Dr Andrew Martell and all our colleagues from the Melbourne Disability Institute and MDHS, and the many partners, researchers, and importantly students who have shaped today's conversations and will shape the conversation throughout the day. The depth of the programme reflects our work, your commitment and your advocacy, and it brings together researchers, people with lived experience, advocates, policy advisors, and industry leaders to explore how innovation can drive accessibility, equity in our cities. Now, innovation, as we know, is not simply technological. It is social and it's collaborative. It requires involving disabled people from the outset, recognising lived experiences, expertise, and ensuring that design and planning practices are shaped by those who navigate the consequences of ableist systems every day of their lives. And events like this symposium create the space for critical dialogue and, importantly, for new ideas to emerge. We're thrilled to welcome our keynote speaker today. It was a delight to meet Oliver Hunter, comedian, podcast host, disability awareness consultant, and importantly, an advocate. Oliver will begin the day with a powerful provocation, making it work, navigating a world that isn't built for you. This keynote invites us to confront the barriers that make life harder for disabled people and to consider how those barriers, whether physical, cultural, economic, or institutional, can be dismantled. And it challenges all to imagine cities that begin with accessibility rather than retrofit it. So throughout the day, we'll move through conversations that reflect the complexity and the diversity of lived experience. We'll hear about a session, which is the opening part of the symposium, which will explore deafness, autism, and the realities of parenting, reminding us that accessibility is not abstract. It is intimate, embodied, and bound up in family life. We then run to the PsychLink study, demonstrating how co-design can reshape mobility, independence, and urban participation. Later on, we'll hear about Supportive Strides, a co-design programme supporting people after stroke to build confidence and connection through community-based walking initiatives. These embed peer support, and innovation grounded in empathy and inclusion. And it will also reflect on experiences of PhD researchers working at the intersection of disability and the built environment, highlighting the opportunities and challenges for embedding accessibility in research, education and professional practice. And then after lunch, we celebrate the creativity and advocacy with the announcement of the Australian Institute of Architects Victorian Student Ideas Competition, and the winner, and the Summer Foundation and ABP Design Studio winner, which is a big event to celebrate. The afternoon shifts to sport and recreation, spaces that shape identity, belonging and community. And we'll hear from a panel sharing lived experience in sport, followed by a discussion on disability, sport and recreation. And both these conversations ask us to consider how design and policy can create the conditions for participation rather than exclusion. And so, as you can hear, it's a full and generous and important day of discussion and collaboration. I'm looking forward to the insights and provocations that will emerge, and I want to thank you all for being here and contributing to this important conversation and ongoing work. Now, before we begin, some housekeeping for those who are joining online. It's important to use the Q&A function to submit your questions for our panellists, and these will be moderated by our conveners. And now, finally, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Kirsten Day. Kirsten is a senior lecturer in architecture at the University of Melbourne and principal architect at Norman Day and Associates. Kirsten is also a fellow of the Australian Institute of Architects and an executive member of the Society of Architectural Historians, Australia and New Zealand. Kirsten's research focuses on architectural education, on equity and the preservation of born digital materials. A committed advocate for accessibility and inclusion, Kirsten also led the Neurodiverse Design Studios at ABP since 2020, along with Andrew Martell, and she co-leads Design Disability Now, driving disability-led design at the university, and is one of the key organisers of this annual Ableist Cities Symposium. And finally, co-author of the Organiser's Guide to Architectural Education. So please join me in welcoming Kirsten Day.
Thanks, Alan. It sounds exhausting listening to all of that. I would like to introduce our first presentation for the day. Oliver Hunter is a comedian, a writer, podcaster, and disability advocate whose work exposes the everyday absurdities of ableism with clarity, sharp wit, and political bite. Through humour and storytelling, Oliver challenges the assumptions that underpin our built environments, our institutions, and the social attitudes that shape whose cities are designed to serve. He's widely known as the co-host of the award-winning podcast All the Best, and as a regular voice across Australia's comedy and advocacy circuits. He uses comedy not just as a distraction, but as a method of truth-telling, revealing the tensions, frustrations, and structural barriers disabled people face in public space, transport, education, work, and beyond. It's a voice that is equal parts incisive and generous, and Oliver invites us to rethink how we listen to lived experience and how we design for diversity and how we dismantle the cultural and spatial assumptions that make our cities ableist by default. Please join me in welcoming Oliver Hunter to the Ableist Cities Symposium.
Thank you, Kirsten. Is my mic on? We had a 15-minute discussion about me doing that, so I'm glad we did it. Thanks so much for having me, everybody. Thanks for coming out to the people that are here in person. Thanks for everyone who's joining us online. I don't know if there's any cricket fans in the room, but I do feel like I'm at the Gabba with the multicoloured seats. And if any Australian cricket fans in the room, we've had a good couple of weeks with the Ashes going the way we would like. So I'm all for that. That's not the point of the talk today, but if we want to talk about cricket, that's another symposium on its own. But no, thank you so much for having me again. It's a pleasure to be here. Such a nice, warm room already. And I think I wanted to start with a question to everyone here. And for anyone that doesn't have a disability or identify with lived experience of disability, what do you think about when you go out to a venue, a pub, a club, any venue? Like what do you think about before you leave your house to go to that social occasion or a venue. And again, I want to say safe space, ask questions. We can have questions at the end, but if you have a burning question, you can ask it during. But I just wanted to, and this isn't a gotcha moment, I just genuinely, where are we going to park? Yeah. Anything else? What are you going to wear? Perfect. The wine list. Perfect. Love that. Well, here's what some of the things I think about. And again, this isn't to dismiss the importance of the wine list but I think about, and other people, wheelchair users or other forms of disability, both visible and non-visible, I think about, where's the toilet? Is there going to be a toilet? Is there going to be a wheelchair accessible park? Is there going to be a ramp? Is there going to be an elevator? I wish all I had to think about was, what am I going to wear? I also have to think about that. And sometimes that takes longer than figuring out where the toilet is. Much to my wife's dismay, she goes, you spend more time in the bathroom than me doing your hair, but got to look after the moneymaker. Anyway, don't tell her I said that. I think she's watching, so I don't know. I'm in trouble. But no, that's what I think about. I think, where's the toilet? Is there a ramp? Is there a lift? Is there, am I going to be able to go to the bar if I'm at a pub? I do love going out to bars and pubs. So am I going to be able to order my food by myself? And if there's not a toilet, where is the toilet? I've done stand-up comedy, well, sort of, for the last 10 years. And a lot of venues aren't accessible where I do comedy. And I said to someone recently, I said, if I was to do comedy in venues that were accessible in a like on paper sense or up to code, whatever words we want to use, I would do about 2 gigs a year. That's just the reality. I'm not here to, and of those two or 3 venues a year that are the venues that are accessible to in a like physical sense and in a theory, one of them is paid. So a lot of the gigs I do purely because of access are not paid. So it's hard for me to make a living purely as a stand-up comedian. Of the 4 major comedy clubs in Melbourne, in this city, which I love, it's my favourite city in the country, in the world almost, it is. The four major comedy venues, there were 4, 2 major comedy clubs and then 2 other venues that do comedy on the weekends. They're not accessible. So I have to accept that if I want to keep doing comedy. It's still the best place for me to do comedy. I'm from Albury, Wodonga originally. Let's just say Albury is not a place if you're in the arts, okay? It's quite a conservative. If you play footy or you're a tradie, you're in the right spot. But I am neither of those things. So I had to move to Melbourne to pursue the career opportunities, the creative opportunities that I wanted to pursue. But the reality is the comedy venues are not accessible. And I did an interview recently around this sort of topic, and it hit me. I'd never been asked this question in this context before, but this journalism, lovely guy, I was on the phone with him, and he said, so due to the inaccessibility of comedy clubs in Melbourne and in Australia and in the world, your earning capacity would be affected. And I was like, I've never thought about it like that. I've just thought about it in the sense of I can't get to that venue. But the reality is 100%, because, you listen to my able-bodied, typically developed colleagues, they go, I can Thursday to Sunday or Wednesday to Saturday, I can pop up to this pub and get $150 to MC this show, or I can get $300 on a Wednesday to headline that show, or I can, the venues at the comedy festival, I've got so many more options because I can do that. And I just can't. I'm not here to criticize my able-bodied counterparts, my typically developed counterparts, but that is the reality that they don't have to face that I do. And again, I've had to reconcile that within myself, with I'm always checking in on my relationship with comedy. It's, it's not I guess it is a living thing. My big thing, and I think this is a lot of people with disabilities and not just in the arts, my number one thing that I'm always checking in on is how do I not become bitter and resentful at the world, because we could be. And I've met people that are, and I've got friends that we're always talking about this sort of stuff, because we always want to check in with each other and go, because to me, anger can be a helpful thing to motivate and to get us to sort of help us make progress. But to me, there's a difference between anger and passion and bitterness and resentment, because I don't think we get too far with bitterness and resentment. But for me, we have to use our anger and our passion and our frustration. And this is a great example of why this symposium is so beneficial for sort of the disability community. But yeah, that's what I think about. I think about and when there isn't a toilet at a venue, I'll message a comedy club or comedy room runner, and I'll go, hey, what's your access like? And they'll be like, oh, well, it's not good. There's it's one step off the street, but once you're in, you can. And what I've got to the point, all I say is, can I get to the microphone? If you can physically hand me the microphone, I'll do it, because that's how I love comedy and I want to perform. So if you can hand me the microphone, we're on. And the amount of conversations I've had with other comedians that I've never met before, I've met I've got a lot of good friends in comedy, so they know sort of how I work and what I have to do to a point. But I remember I met someone I hadn't met before a few weeks ago, and he was like, "Oh, brother, how do we get you on the stage?" I was like, "Well, we don't. I do it in the front row. I sit in the front row with the audience, and I do the show. I do my set. I do the show." And this comedian was like, "Well, that sucks. You should be up on stage, because who wants to be in the front row with the peasants?" I was like, I didn't say that. I love all the audiences that come to my shows. So please, I'm doing a comedy festival show next year. Please come along. But yeah, I was like, that's the reality again. I have to deal with. I have to sit in the front, and I've made it work. I've made it part of my act. I've made it like I make jokes about it. But I think that's another little thing I've sort of realized, and I'm reflecting as I get older. And this is for everyone else in the room that has a disability or is connected to someone that does. It's these little chip aways that they just chip away, and the build up of that resentment, that build up of that bitterness, I've always got to keep in check. Not push it down. I find outlets and I talk to my family and friends, and but it's those little build up moments that you're like, all right, I've got to find another way. I've got to make my own door. People say you just got to keep beating the door down and be undeniable. But to me, it's like when you have a disability, sometimes you got to make your own door, and that is very hard. And I think sometimes, especially when I was a young teen, living in Albury with a disability, and even in my 20s when I moved down to Melbourne, we do have this, as people with disabilities, we do have this. I felt this pressure anyway, to just have this idea that, it's all good. We make it work. We make it work. We got to make it work. We can't get angry. We can't get frustrated. We can't bite people's heads off, because for me, then we don't get anything done. We don't make any progress. But I'm at a point in my life where I'm just a little bit tired of that. I think we do have to figure out a way to still communicate our frustrations, but we don't necessarily have to keep saying, it's all good, I'll figure it out. When I go to a pub and they go, oh, there's no toilet, or I go to a comedy room, like, great example, I went to one recently, I said, well, there's no toilet here, but they said, I'm always looking, where's a Macca's? You can always rely on a Macca's. I'm not sponsored by Macca's, but you can always rely on a Macca's for a toilet. So I go, I'm at this pub, but where there's a Macca's or there's a Servo or there's another venue next door that I can go to the toilet. And that's what I have to think about, because, then there's a flow-on effect of that too. If I can't go to the toilet in the venue, or I'm not comfortable in the venue, I do my set in a comedy room, and I have to go, because I can't sit there and be comfortable. I can't have a drink from the bar. I can't hang out. And then again, the barrier, the earning capacity, as that journalist said, but it's also the hangout. It's hard for me then to build networks and build, rapport with comedians that sort of my peers, but also comedians that I do shows with that are higher profile and have, profile in the industry. So I can't, it's tough for me to hang out with them and sit in the green room and talk, trash about the other comedian, how we're better than them. But no, that's also a joke. Everyone's great, okay? But that's the sort of barriers that I've had to deal with. But I'm dealing with them because whenever I have these moments, usually a couple of times a year, where I'm like, do I give this away? Do I give up comedy? Do I do a normal? Do I just accept that this isn't the path for me? And then, and then I'll do a good gig and it'll go well. I'll have a new joke land or a new fun idea that'll go well. I'm like, I'm good. We're doing comedy forever. So that's sort of where I'm at, and sort of what we have to deal with. But yeah, I think we're always fighting the ableist, the attitudes. It's just back for me. It's the physical access and the amount of times I've gone to venues and they go, we do have a toilet or we do have a ramp, but you're gonna have to go. Here's the door where everyone else goes, but you're gonna have to go around the block and then up the back. And the amount of times I've gone to restaurants and gone through the kitchen, guys, like, what do we do? I don't need to see the kitchen. I don't need to know what you're putting in my food or what you're not putting in my food. I know there's OH&S and food standards, but trust me, some of those kitchens, I don't need to see that. And it's like you go, I'm gonna go up the ramp, you're gonna go around the block, down the alleyway, through the side. Did you bring your head torch? You're gonna go through a tunnel. You gotta go up the mountain. Did you bring your grappling hook? I don't know. And it's just those sort of things that you kind of, another great example. I started a new job. A job I did in the past. When I started, I got into the office. Lovely people, lovely culture. This job I had once, and this woman, lovely woman. She goes, let us know if there's anything accessibility wise that we can give us any insight or let us know what we can do to make it easier. Because we don't get very many. I was like, I'm going to assume you mean people with glasses. But yeah, again, the intent was good. So you got to rely on the intent being, can you help us out with any accessibility, And I go, I do that. That's a consultant. That's my consultant sort of advocacy. That's a different invoice, but we can talk about that. And I remember the same conversation. One of the big managers came up and he goes, "Yeah, let us know if there's anything we can do to make it easier, any access issues or barriers we can help remove." And I said, "Well, there is one while we're here. The staff door that we buzz in and we come through. If you can make that automatic, so when I buzz it with my badge, the door opens automatically. Because for me to buzz it, I then have to buzz it, push forward, open this big heavy door. And sometimes by the time I do that, the door's locked again. So I have to go back and do it again, or just hope someone is there to hold it open for me." And then this again, I can't, I'm not angry at this manager, but he said, but you can use the external lift that the public uses and come through this other external door, and then you're in. I was like, yes, I can do that, and I will do that, and I have been doing that. I've worked here now 2 weeks, but then don't ask me. Like, don't ask me if there's anything you can do if you're not willing to do it. Yes, there's a workaround. Yes, I've made it work. But then, because to me, as I've gotten older, I've realised that as someone with a disability, what fires me up even more than a lack of ramp or no toilet is being dismissed. So it's like, well, don't ask me because I have worked it out. There's a lift and a door that's easy to get through, and I will use that door. But then don't ask me, or if you're going to ask me, do it. So that's what I would say to anyone here today online or in the room. If you're in a space where you have power or authority, or you go to your workplace or anything and you have the option to make it more accessible, do it. Because some of it's not, some of it is, I get it. I get it's expensive. It is, and it is. But like, let's try and figure out a way to make people as comfortable as we can. And that might just be a conversation that, yes, what can I do to help you be more comfortable in a workplace or a social situation? So you might, as an individual, might not have the power to build a ramp or build a lift or have the money to, but like, hear us and believe us. I don't know, not that I'm not being believed, but can we please, we just want to feel acknowledged and heard. Because if you say something like, but you can do it this way. I know that, mate, because I've figured it out. But if you want to be with us and be our ally, I know that term gets thrown around a lot in 2025, but it does mean a lot for not only people with disabilities but other minority. But if you want to be our ally, like, just start by, let's have the conversation and listen to us. And please, that's my one. Is like, the feeling of being dismissed is what fires me up more than anything. But I think we're dealing with it all the time. This idea of the ableism and sort of stuff like that. I am a new parent. I got a 2-year-old, which is hectic. Anyone that has kids here will know that, no matter their age, like, it's nuts. I went to the Wiggles the other day. What's my life become? I was a big fan of the Wiggles back when I was 3, 2, as my mum would attest to. But I was a fan of the original Wiggles. Like, there's now 8 of them. Anyway, there's 2 for each colour, and like one of them switched colours, which I didn't think that was allowed back when I was a fan. I thought the colours were like they were sacred. I thought once you were blue, you're blue. Once Anthony's still going too. Anthony, and if Anthony happens to hear this, love your work, Anthony, but I think it's time to finish up. He's just going, Anthony. He's lost a lot of hair and he's got new teeth. Anyway, that's not the point. That's not the point of the talk today. But no, so you go on the Wiggles, my wife and I have been married a year, and when I met her, she said, I've never met anyone with a disability. I don't have anyone in my family. I've got no connection. So I was her first foray in the world of disability, and to see her passion and anger for some of the barriers and the ableism that I go through and have experienced and continue to experience, it kind of gave me a little bit of a jolt back into it, because I was like, I think for people with disabilities, and I put myself here, and after a lifetime of using a wheelchair and living the life I live, I think I internalise a lot of it, and I just go, it's all good, don't worry, I'll make it work. And then she's like, no, you don't have to do that. That's crap. We're going to advocate. And she's quite fierce and strong and passionate when she wants to be. So that's been a real sort of, and same with my parents. My mum, my mum and dad, but particularly my mum, she's quite fierce and passionate as well. So I think that's when I say, if you don't have a disability, like, that's how you can be an ally. And it might be having a conversation with someone going, no, just so you know, that's not good enough. That's not okay. So what can we do to help you make it better? Or I've grown up. My family are so supportive, and I give them a lot of credit. I'm one of 4 boys. I'm the oldest of 4 boys. My parents had 4 kids in 5.5 years. And now as a new parent with a 2-year-old, I can agree. I can see that is too many kids. That's too many. I think my parents had 4 kids in 5.5 years just to like spread the chores around the house. I think that's where they're at. They just wanted some free labour. And for me, like, I think my parents, again, super inclusive and to the point where like we all had certain jobs, as you do when you're a kid. So one of my brother's job was to his job was to mow the lawns, and clean up, make sure the backyard was clean. My other brother job was to put the bins out and do all those sort of jobs. And it was my job, guys, to unpack the dishwasher, right? And I hated unpacking the dishwasher, hated that job. My dad and I, we would fight all the time. I'm not unpacking the dishwasher, Dad. I'm not doing it. I hate it. Why do I have to do this job? And my dad's quite a calm man. And he said, Oliver, you have to unpack the dishwasher because that's what you can do. That's how you contribute to the household chores. You could try and mow the lawns, but I'm worried you'll have a different disability by the end. And he was right. I could reach the dishwasher. The dishwasher was low to the ground, the drawers, the plates, the bowls, the cutlery drawers, I could reach them all. They're at the right height for me. I still had to put the drinking glasses on the bench though, because they went in the top cupboard. Because even when you have a son in a wheelchair, you still put the drinking glasses in the top cupboard apparently. So it turns out, guys, I actually wasn't angry about unpacking the dishwasher. I was just dehydrated for 20 years. But yeah, like that was this nature of my family. They always sort of, and I like to say my family, and I think as people with this, other people in the room or online, sometimes when you have a disability, you have to push yourself to do things. Or I felt this idea or this pressure to do things, especially when I was younger, like socially. Because I had this thing of like, if I don't say yes, or I don't say yes to going out to the pub or the nightclub, or I don't, even if I don't want to because I'm unsure where a toilet is or if I'll be able to access it. Because if I say no, I won't get invited again, or I'll be excluded, because then people will just have this idea, and even if it is subconscious, they'll go, it's too hard for all of us, so we just can't invite him. We want to, but we just can't because it's just too hard. So I had many a year, especially at uni when I was 19 to 21, of going, the amount of nightclub staircases I've been lifted up, because I did love a nightclub. I did love a pub. I used to be, back in my uni days, I was so drunk I thought I could walk. I wasn't sure about that one for 10 o'clock on a Wednesday, but you went with me, so thank you. But that's I reflect on that now, and it was hard. But I also grateful that I had the mentality from my parents. They weren't saying you have to get up the nightclub stairs, but they were like, they would push me to go, no, you can do it, and you've got to figure out a way to do it. And that's where I moved away. I went to the University of Wollongong from Albury, so that was 5.5 hours from Albury. I could have easily stayed. There was 2 good universities in Albury or Wodonga. I could have easily stayed in the area, gone to uni, but I wanted to sort of move away from basically. I didn't want to go to school again. That's what I sort of compare it to. If I had to stay at home and lived at home and went to uni, I basically it would have felt like school again. And I wanted a different experience. I wanted to sort of live on the beach, and I didn't take up surfing, but there was a few other barriers there. But yeah, that's the life I wanted. So that's where I started, and that's one of the best decisions I've ever made. That's where I started comedy. I started comedy in Wollongong. I still met some great people that I'm still friends with. There's a lot of people that if you go to uni, you will meet some of your lifelong best friends. And sometimes I think if I didn't do that, if I didn't push myself and be out of my comfort zone, and sometimes that was going to nightclubs, or, I wouldn't have had the experience I had. And that does stem a lot from my parents to go, you go and it'll be fun. Like, we'll figure it out. And I do like to say, I had many a conversation with my mum where she was like, you will go and you will enjoy it. So that's, when you get told by your mum that it's going to be fun and you got to figure out how to make it fun. And yeah, when I was a lot more flexible and I had a lot more energy for that when I was 18, 19, 20. Now as a 30-year-old with a bad shoulder, I'm like, I could stay home. I'm going to stay home. And now with a 2-year-old, you're just like, it's just crazy. It's nuts. But my 2-year-old, he's a little boy. His name is Ziggy. He's at a cool age, like 2, and he's starting to really figure out that he's figured out that I'm in a wheelchair and have a disability, which is really fun. We've even got himself, we got him a little figurine of like a little dude in a wheelchair, and he'll carry that around and he'll like point at it and he'll be like, Dada, Dada. I was like, oh, that's really nice, isn't it? That really was cute. That warms my heart that he points. And it's even to the point where we'll be out like in the shops, and he'll see another like man in a wheelchair, and he'll be like, Dada. I was like, and I love seeing the look of anguish and anxiety on this man in a wheelchair's face. It's like, well, that's not mine. It's even to the point where the other day we were out, we saw a woman, a woman who had red hair, and he pointed and he went, Dada. I was like, oh, that's very progressive of you, Ziggy. Not even seeing gender in 2025. He's moving to Brunswick next week. So, but it's just been really fun to see him, and that's how. And my mum has said that's how he's going to grow up. I don't know if he's anywhere near me in the house, he's pushing me down the hallway. Like it's convenient because I'm tired. So please, talk about slave labour and free labour. I got a free pusher in the house now. But yeah, like when he was 10 months old or 9 or 10 months old, first time parents, as anyone could attest to, if you were a parent and when your kids were born and babies, especially your first time, there's this anxiety, like, are we doing, is there anything we're doing wrong? Do we miss anything? Because when he was about 9, 10 months old, he was sitting up. He was very good at that, but he wasn't like crawling or like doing anything else. And I got a few like physio friends, a couple of my old physios, and all the books were saying as well, they were like, oh, at 9 months, 10 months old, most babies are crawling and some are even walking. And I remember sitting there and he was just sitting up. He was happy, proud as punch, he was sitting up, but he wasn't crawling or walking at 10 months old. And I started to freak out. I'm like, well, what if we've missed something? What if we could have sent him to a pediatrician earlier, like the early intervention sort of stuff? And then I sort of had this moment. I was like, well, what if he's just been looking at me for his whole life and going, well, you're nailing it, so I'm just going to do that forever. And then one day we were sitting there and I said, look, Ziggy, mate, you're going to have to figure out the crawling and the walking thing because we don't have enough room in the car for a second wheelchair. So get moving, big fella. So yeah, he is now walking, which must be nice. So he's up and about, walking. And as I said, he's starting to figure out that I'm in a wheelchair. And as I said, he'll see people in the shops, Dada, Dada. He did see we're at the supermarket the other day, he did see a shopping trolley and went, Dada. I went, oh, buddy, are we just doing wheels now, are we? Okay. And then he did, and the other day we put the bin out and he pointed the wheelie bin. He went, Dada. I went, oh, mate, I didn't know a 2-year-old needed some disability awareness training. If that's what you think of disability, we've got a long road ahead of us. Yeah, but that's the sort of fun things that now have opened up to my life, and yeah, but you just gotta, and so I hope that I'll be able to educate, and the world he will grow up in when he's 18, 21, 30 years old. I hope that it'll be an ever more progressive world for any of the communities of minority or other marginalised groups. So I hope that when he's an adult, that he goes to a pub and he might have a friend with a disability, and that friend or he himself might have a disability. He's already set up because we do have there's an accessible bathroom in our house, so good for him. But he might have, who knows? And I hope when he's that age, I said 20, 21, 30, he'll be able to go to a pub and not have any fear or anxiety, or his friends, the venue isn't accessible, or they can do whatever they want and how they want to do it. They can go to music festivals. They can, and because I do that now, but as I said, it can be very hard. And I think what I am always conscious of is other people with disabilities, wheelchair users, whatever, they may not have the confidence, I call it arrogance sometimes, to go overseas, to go to music festivals. I do, because I've figured it out, but there are so many people that don't or can't, and because of the way the world is set up at the moment. And I think that's where we can all, come together and just go, how do we make it easier and remove as many barriers as we can to sort of open the world up to people with disabilities who don't want to be an advocate like me, or don't want to do a talk like this, a keynote like this, because it's just not their go, and that's fine. But I think we have to be aware of that a lot of people with disabilities, they just want to do normal stuff. They want to just have a job, have a house they can access, have a friend group, have a relationship, go on dates, do all that stuff that if you don't have a disability, you may not even think about. So that's for me where, and we get a lot of talk. I think there's a lot of talk about, sort of there's the glory of having a disability. So like me doing comedy, doing this, and also Paralympians. I think Paralympians get a lot of awesome credit. They're how everything's happened for them. It's on commercial TV, the Paralympics now. It's awesome. I remember when I was a kid, it was on ABC for like half an hour a day. That's all we saw. We saw, Luis Savage just winning 400 meters, and that was it. It was ABC like 6:30 in the morning or wherever, and that was all I got. But now Channel 9, they do the whole, or any of the networks, they do the whole coverage like it is the Olympics. But I also for me, that for me was, as a kid, that's what I saw as the path to getting acknowledged or getting heard as someone with a disability. I've got to be a Paralympian. I love my sport. As I said, I love the cricket, as I said off the top. But I love my sport. So I always just associated, if I want to get anywhere in the world with someone with a disability, I have to be a Paralympian. And I know a lot of Paralympians. I'm not here to criticise them. They've done a lot of awesome work. I played a lot of wheelchair basketball as a kid. That was my whole goal, was to be a wheelchair basketballer for Australia. But I will be honest, I did it for 15 years. That was my whole dream. But I, as a wheelchair basketballer, won a lot of encouragement awards. Okay? And for anyone that's not familiar with junior sport, an encouragement award is the coach's way of saying, you're not good. So if you want to quit, mate, that'd be awesome. Here's a Macca's voucher to go and help consider your future. But I think if we could just, and that's what I'm trying to do. I realise my future does not lie in my athletic ability or my sporting ability. It lies in comedy and consulting and advocacy work. So I've always tried to push that you don't have to be a Paralympian to be heard or to be acknowledged as someone with a disability. You don't have to. Ideally, we don't want to have to be hurt. We just want to do our thing. And yeah, as I said, have a job, have a relationship, do all those wonderful things. And I am also aware that some people don't have aren't as fortunate as me to have such a supportive environment of a family and friends. So I like to say, my family, they gave me the opportunity to hate camping, right? We used to go on camping holidays all the time. From Albury, we would go to the New South Wales South Coast, which was a lot of fun. We would go camping at the beach, and so we would pack the trailer, the tent, the bats, the balls, all the gear. My brothers and I would be in the back with our knees around our ears, with all the gear in the back. So we'd head off 5 hours down the highway to the New South Wales South Coast. And, we'd be in the back of the car, the four of us. We'd start fighting because why not? And my mum, she would whip her head around from the passenger seat and she'd go, "Oi, stop fighting. Remember, we're a happy family." I don't know about you guys, if you've got a middle-aged woman yelling at you to be a happy family, probably not that happy, eh? But we would get to the caravan park with our trailer, our tent, our bats, our balls, and we'd see the beach, out the window. Oh, we've made it. We're on holiday. We're at the beach, and we'd come into the caravan park through the boom gate, and I'd see the families in their cabins, and I'd be like, "Oh, we're just poor. Like, if you have to bring your own shelter to your holiday, I don't think you're on holiday." Like if you have to, travel more than 10 meters to the toilet with a torch, I don't think you're on a holiday. If you have to incorporate footwear into your shower routine, I don't think you're on holiday. I think you're preparing to survive a natural disaster. But my dad, again, the calm man, and he goes, right, we've got to come together as a family unit and we're going to unpack the trailer. We're going to put the tent up. The sooner we can do that, the sooner we can enjoy the holiday and we can enjoy the beach and we can get going. And so we would unpack it all. We'd be all excited, and then we'd unpack the tent, and then it'd all be good to go. And then we're like, all right, we get to the beach, and then it would start raining. Well, we can't go to the beach now. Oh, it's all right. We'll set up the laptop and we'll watch a movie in the tent. Oh, now it's raining so heavy that we can't hear the movie on the laptop. That's all right, because what we'll do, we'll have an analog family experience and we'll play a board game, we'll play cards on the card table. Oh, now it's so windy that the card table's blown away and we've lost the Scrabble board. Oh, I know. How about we just sit in the car for 5 days and cry? So anyway, that's what I think about camping. But they gave me the opportunity. Like my parents could have they could have said, oh, well, it's too hard for us to take you camping. So, stay home with a relative or respite. And people might have to do that, or in this current state. And that's no criticism. But for my family, I give them a lot of credit that I was never left behind or never felt excluded from my family, and we always found ways to make it work. We went to Accessible, we went to caravan parks with accessible amenities. We went, on holidays that were accessible, and I always never felt like I had to work too hard to enjoy my holiday with my family. I remember we went to did the classic theme park holiday on the Gold Coast. First time on a plane. And went up to the Gold Coast, and we went into the parks, and I did the briefing. I was like 12, 13. If you can get on the ride here, and we'll let you go twice because it's hard for you to get on. I'm like, I'll take it. But if the ride breaks down, there is about 10 flights of stairs to get down. Are you able to do that? Yep. Definitely not. So I just hope that the ride didn't break down. But that was, all those sort of holidays and my brother's support. And I've never felt, as I said, excluded from my family. How are we on for time? Cool. Is that it? And then we will, as I said, if you've got any questions, please feel free to ask them afterwards. I'll be hanging out all day as well. So thanks again for having me. But I think, to sort of, but yeah, it's just this ableism also happens for me since I've been a parent and since I've been married. I get something I got even recently was I had this relative. She came over to visit our baby when he was pretty fresh, and she said, we were having a nice chat. And it was all going well, and then she goes, so Oliver, like, what do you do? Like, you're Kira, my wife. You must sit on the couch, and she must just have to do everything. Like, what do you do? And I was like, that brought up all this anxiety of like all that I had in the build up to being a parent. Was like, am I going to be able to be enough to be a parent for my baby or now son? Am I going to be able to keep up with him? Like to the equivalent of my typically developed parent counterparts, the dads. And so when that comment gets made, that brought up all this anxiety, this fear. And and my wife, she's super aware of this and inclusive. Like she said to me one day, she goes, I want you to feel connected to Ziggy and included. So like, is there anything we can do to make that work for you and make it happen so you feel connected and included? She goes, we could even get the change table, the nappy change table, we can put that on, we put it on a sit to stand desk that winds up and down and adjusts heights. So you said, would that work? I was like, so you can change nappies. I was like, I reckon I might be right. I reckon, there are some benefits of having like the good parking and not changing a nappy. No, but that's serious. Like, that's what we had to think about, and that's like to her credit, like, that's what she thought. But because when you get the comments like, "Oh, what do you do?" You're straight away defensive. So to me, there's not a lot of progress that can be made if I backs up and I'm my head's on a swivel going, I'm going to prove myself. And I said to this relative, because I said, "Oh, well, hang on, like, get stuffed, okay? I unpack the dishwasher, all right." Anyway, guys, I've got any questions. Thanks so much for having me. But yeah, please fire away with your questions.
Do we have any questions from the audience? But also for those people who are online, you can put your questions into the Q&A function and we can have those answered.
Thank you so much, Oliver. That was like a really, really incredible talk.
Thank you.
Super engaging and insightful. I was just wondering, do you have any examples of people who just like really got it right? Like they did something where it was because like you've talked about people who just said things that just like they said they were going to do this, but then they did the opposite. But have you like, can you give us any examples of people who like did what they said they would do?
I don't know if I guess the example that I think about, and I've thought about this since I moved. I remember when I first moved to Melbourne, I moved to an apartment in Caulfield. And so I was, always looking for like, where's my local good restaurants or good spots. And I found this I love Mexican food. So my wife and I found this Mexican restaurant. And it was in St Kilda. It was this pokey little hole in the wall type place. And I was like, there's no way this place was accessible. It's tiny, it's the classic Melbourne. And I rolled in and I said, "Oh, have you got an accessible bathroom?" And they went, "Yeah, it's through there." And it was the only bathroom the venue had, but it was a tiny little restaurant, but it was the only bathroom the venue had. So it was there for everyone to use. But it was accessible. And I said, "Oh, no, thank you so much for, the fact that I said thank you so much for having an accessible bathroom is part of is the issue I'm talking about." But they said, and then the manager's response and the staff's response was, "Oh, yeah, because that's what we do. Like, we have to. Of course, we're going to have an accessible bathroom." And so I guess that sometimes is what can frustrate me too. Is like you have attitudes like that. We're like, of course we built in and we factored in that, because I've mentioned to people before, is like, once I know that venue, while I lived in that area, Caulfield, St Kilda area, I went to that restaurant, I reckon 10 times in the almost like monthly as like a spot, because I think that's the thing too for people with disabilities. Once we know the place is accessible and it's good for us, whether it's a pub, a bar or a cafe, we will go back, and we've got money to spend, and we'll go, and once we figure out good space to go on holiday or good restaurant, you can have our money because we know it's good. So like, I hope that answers your question, but that's an element of like where I have these responses like, "Oh, of course it is," but that unfortunately isn't the way. But yeah, I hope that. But yeah, I think for me, even if as I said, if you don't have a disability, like it's just about conversation. Because I say this as well. You're better off saying the wrong thing than nothing at all, because we can work from the wrong thing. But if you stay silent, stay quiet because you're worried about saying the wrong thing, or you're worried about being awkward or uncomfortable, then we can't work with that. So yeah, even if you're unsure, start a chat, message me on Instagram, just talk to anyone. And if you do I've had this story too, if you do get people with disability go, "Oh, I don't want people to sell, don't help me." Don't let that put you off too much. Ask if you see someone else later down the track. Ask them again, because as I said, I'm 30 with a bad shoulder. I need help. So if you see me pushing up a ramp, give me a push. And don't ask me at the top. ask me at the bottom before the work's been done. But yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I am the great chat. I loved it.
Thank you.
In your life, have you seen a positive progression of change, or do you feel very frustrated at how slow change is occurring?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because there has been positive change. Like, the NDIS cops a lot of criticism, a lot of heat, and a lot of it is justified. But for me, it has made a big difference to my life. Like, I was able to move. If I didn't have the NDIS, I would still be living in Albury with my parents. And that's not, I have a good relationship with my parents, but as an adult, now 30, my life would be very different. And so for me, the NDIS has worked, but I understand, I want to preface that by saying I know for a lot of people it isn't working or it hasn't worked. But for me, that there are elements of that's been a super positive change. I can now get support workers in to help me with meal prep and cleaning and transport to appointments or stuff like that. And look, I think there has, Dylan Alcott was the Australian of the Year 2 years ago. Like, that's huge. And I know I sort of had a bit of a dig at Paralympians, but I say that with love and respect. So yeah, the fact that he was the Australian of the Year and all the work he's done, like he built an accessible music festival, and I went, like that's probably a great example. I don't know if anyone here has been to Ability Fest, but like the fact that festival, I went to that festival and I said I've been to many mainstream music festivals, if that's the correct term, but there were so many people at Ability Fest that would have clearly have never been to a music festival, and if that's the only music festival they go to. But I also love Dylan's attitude. He goes, I'm trying to create a music festival that everyone can go to that just has added accessibility features. So I think that's been some really, sort of isolated positive changes. But I think we've got to just, be sort of go, let's hang on to that and let's bounce off that rather than, as I said, getting too angry and frustrated, all because being angry is exhausting too. So I think that's what I choose to focus on, the fact that Ability Fest exists and is getting bigger and better every year, and they want to take it. I know Dylan a little bit, and the crew that have put that together, and they're getting all the other states outside Melbourne, Brisbane, the capital cities, going bring it to us. So that to me is a sign of some positive change, of good positive change, and I think we have to really acknowledge and focus on that. Otherwise, it's a long hard road if we don't. But yeah, that for me is, I hope that's what I've sort of seen, and I love Ability Fest. So even if you just go and check that out as well as an example of. And for me, it's how easy it is for other festivals to put in some of those accessibility features, like matting, so you're not just constantly on grass or up. Like there's matting all over the festival. So if you're in a wheelchair or even if you're ambulant and walking, you're not walking on uneven grass. You're on a flat. Even if it's hilly, you're still on a even matting sort of surface that you can get around. So that when I first went to that festival, I was like, oh, why can't every music festival be like this?
We have a question from online. Iaio says, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I want to hear your reflection about the impact of culture for the physical access, such as bathrooms, building locations, stairs, restaurants.
Do you want to just ask that again?
Yeah, I want to hear your reflections about the impact of culture for physical access. So I guess that's
I'm trying to. I think culturally, it is getting better. Sorry, what was your name? Emily. There, sort of off the back of your question, Emily. Like it is. I think to me, it encompasses that change. And like I said, that little Mexican restaurant in St Kilda, the hole in the wall. They are accessible. So that to me is, and yeah, I guess if you include culture and the fact that Dylan won the Australian of the Year and he's been a highly like profile figure. So that to me is the culture is shifting. At times it is slow and too slow, but yeah, we do. It is. I think that to me is But I would love it to sort of backtrack a little bit. One of the comedy clubs. This is just while we're here, and this is just a more funny example. One of the comedy clubs that isn't accessible. They had a lift, right? They had a lift in the back. It was like a dodgy little service elevator. But so I've been to the club. I've performed before, and then I emailed them again, and I said, "Can I perform again? I did pretty well. Like I'd love to perform here more often. You're accessible." They said, well, yeah, but the lift has been decommissioned because it's not up to code, so you can't get up here now." But the hilarious thing is, and I think this is a sort of in theme with the ableist cities, they've got an accessible toilet up there. So when I'm up there, I can go to the toilet, but I just can't get up there. So that is quite funny. It's like when I see, I've seen accessible toilets with a step in front of them. You go, you're nearly there. Just this much more. So yeah, I think it is. I think there has been a lot of good progress. So I hope that answers the question.
Yep.
But yeah, it is this constant battle to figure it out. But yeah, we're getting there. I think it's important to I want everyone to leave here thinking we're getting there. So I don't know if that's the other byline of this talk, but we are getting there. So.
Oh, thank you. Is the response back? Thanks.
Do we have time for another question? Thank you so much, Oliver.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. It's been hilarious and also very insightful. So cheers for that. And maybe this is just something to kind of percolate on, but I'm curious to know if you've thought through this one. So we talk a lot about making buildings and the built environment accessible, as in being able to actually just get in the space, use the toilet and so forth. But, like that's the kind of bare minimum.
Yes.
And I wonder if you've thought about, sort of what your ideal would be beyond that, or things that you would like to see kind of around that are more than just being able to use the space, but that would make it more inclusive or make you feel like a feeling of belonging in the cities and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is interesting, and I think like exactly right. The bare minimum is to physically get in the space, but it would be, I guess it would be if it's a venue. I would love to show up and not have had to done the research that I talked about off the top, just to know, like it's a bit of blue sky thinking, but that's, so whether that sort of is still doubling down on the bare minimum of the physical environment, but I would love to show up, to be at a venue, and even like I talk a lot about pubs, but I think that's important for young people. I love to come to a pub, and when you sit at the bar on a bar stool, I love for a bit of the bar to be lower, so a person in a wheelchair or any sort of short stature, or could just sit or couldn't sit in the bar stool, could just sit at a chair with a back that's low to the ground. They can have their feet on the ground, and you could sit at top. I always had, my brother and I, we always laugh and dream that if we weren't relying on it for our only income, we'd open a bar, and then within that bar there'd be music, because one of my brothers is a muso, and then there'd be comedy, and I'd have low bar and I'd have low beer taps, so I would employ other people with disabilities and in wheelchairs could pour the beer. I think that's part of my dream. It's like I'd love to work at a pub and pour beer, whereas at the moment, in traditional pubs and bars, they're all standing high. So that's sort of something, as a little example, that I'd love to rock up to a bar, and also, even if you're your local pub tomorrow or the weekend, can we get more than one low table? Like a lot of the pubs and bars have everything's high top. I'd love to rock up and there be more than one or two low tables, and I love the high tables to be the outstanding thing and not the norm. But But yeah, that's probably something as a bit of a more fun, like an example of I'd love to rock up to a bar and I could sit at the bar. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you got the mic? Or actually, while we get the mic to you, I've got one other online question. Oliver, accessibility should be standard and planned from the start. Has anyone ever thought of co-designing comedy theatres with people with disabilities?
That would be awesome. And I think that's, a big part of it is like get us involved at the building or get us, consulting stage of like, before the table's been set. Don't like, I've done a lot of advisory work where sometimes, and it's changing in the research world and the uni world, where they're getting people with disability lived experience involved at the research team phase rather than, oh, we've got our study, so now can you advise on it, but we've already built it. So I guess for mine with comedy theatres and physical environments, I'd love to do that, is like build a comedy club and a theatre that that has more. And I even thought about this, like if I was to, hopefully one day, I'd have a high enough profile as a comedian to book a big theatre, say in Melbourne. But the reality is there's only two or three wheelchair spaces in the theatre. And I would like to think more than 3 people with disabilities or access needs or wheelchairs would be at my shows. So then that puts me in a bit of a funny spot of like, oh, I could fill the theatre, but there might be 20 people in wheelchairs or with disabilities that might want to come to the show, but there's only 3 or 4 spots for them. So I love any room for a comedy festival show where I can move the seats. So if it's in a hotel function room, at least I can move the seats around and do that sort of thing. So yeah, if anyone out there's listening and got a lot of cash, let me know, because I like a lot of disability issues and research. We need some cash, and I'd love to get on board with someone and build a theatre or a comedy club from scratch, and then my brother's a drink for free. But yeah, so yeah. I can see you got the mic there.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Look, thanks very much. That's very, very positive. And I really like your approach to no barriers. I want to talk about getting between venues. Cities are now, we're being encouraged to be more bike friendly.
Yep.
Have you ever thought about getting onto a bike or going between venues with a group of friends who ride a bike, and how would you do it?
I used to ride a tricycle. So I used to ride a trike to school, and I was fortunate I had some good teachers that would help me on and off the bike at the start and the end of the day. So yeah, I think something I would love too, the guys that ride the bikes and the cart on the back, and then you sit I'd love to have one of them be accessible, and I could ramp at the back and I could get on the back of that. Yeah, I think that's public transport. Like I don't love trams either, because they are getting more accessible in like the CBD, like the sort of that city circle. But for me, I do rely a lot on trains and taxis. I think it would be that'd be cool. And I think you're right. There's a lot about the venue, but if you go into multiple venues, how do you to get there? And then you got to rely on a taxi or a train or if you are at an accessible tram stop, the tram itself might not be accessible. So you got to wait potentially for 4 trams to pass before. So I think for me that and Emily, I'm getting some nods here as well, that we have to sort of factor that in. Like we have to factor potentially an extra half hour to our schedule to sort of be ready for any of that sort of stuff. So I think I'd love to so I rode a trike, but and with my CFCP, balance is an issue. So if someone out there wanted to build bikes that are more than I don't know. I'm not an engineer. But yeah. Again, if that's something you're interested in, please, let's connect with people with disabilities, and we can help you build that sort of thing. I think the metro tunnels. I was talking to a train driver recently, and with the new metro tunnel, all the platforms are level, so they don't need to get out and use the ramp. So that would be, if all the stations like that, I didn't have to rely on a person to get out and get a ramp out, that'd be fun. And if I could get on one of those back of those little carts roll on the back. Might add I wouldn't add any extra weight. I'd just be, because I'm pretty fit. And my chair isn't heavy either. Like I think it's, without me in it, it's about 6 kilos. So the manual chairs like this, and even big powered electric chairs, everything in the accessibility world from a mobility device, everything's getting lighter, which is awesome. So yeah, and it's getting more and more, like I know the guys I got this chair from, they now do 3D printed chairs. So there's the technology is there, and we've just got to sort of, and that's not my area, but we've got to, let's lean into what's available, and let's sort of keep pushing ahead with some of this stuff. Because yeah, I'd love to, similar to venues, I'd love to just get on a train by myself and not have to involve the driver, because occasionally the driver forgets that I'm on and I have to, hit a bell and he goes, oh yeah, I forgot about it. So yeah, but I hope that answers the question as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Oliver. Okay, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Melinda Hildebrand. And she is one of Australia's most incisive, when you write words and you just go, that was a really bad idea. And compassionate voices for disability advocacy, urban accessibility, and the realities of navigating cities that often exclude the people who rely on them. Melinda is a writer, researcher, and advocate whose work powerfully foregrounds the experiences of parents, caregivers, and the broader networks of care that support people with disability. Her acclaimed book, Amelia and Me, offers an intimate and courageous account of raising a visually impaired child within systems, infrastructures, and public spaces that are not built for families like hers. The book has become an essential contribution for understanding how disability is lived collectively, not just by individuals, but also by the caregivers who navigate, translate, and negotiate access every day. Alongside her writing, including a contribution to Growing Up Disabled in Australia, Melinda has shaped national conversations about the structural and emotional labour carried by families and carers, the bureaucratic demands placed upon them, and the urgent need for cities to recognise care as a central organising principle of inclusive design. Her work reminds us that accessibility is never simply about modifying space for an individual. It's also about transforming the civic, spatial, and social conditions that affect the entire communities of support. Please join me in welcoming Melinda to the Ableist Cities Symposium.
Okay, so Amelia and Me on deafness, autism, and parenting by the seat of my pants. So there's was a long gestation, the creation of that book. But I just want to thank Kirsten and Andrew for inviting me to be here today. So it feels like it's a real privilege to be part of this forum that looks at ableism from so many different perspectives. And so I'll be talking about what it means to be the parent of a child with disabilities. Amelia's 16 now, and she is profoundly deaf on the autism spectrum and has some other developmental delays as well. And thinking about sort of ableist cities, I think what makes a city to me in this context is it's not just about buildings or infrastructure and systems. It's where the spaces exist that are safe and flexible and truly accessible for me and Amelia together, or for her on her own. So the barriers that we've faced are often determined by attitudes. So the assumptions that people hold about disability in general and the disabilities that she was born with, and what a person like Amelia can do or cannot do. So sort of challenging those assumptions. And they don't just exist in the private thoughts of people. They're like unexamined or unchallenged. They ripple outwards, determining how far we've felt part of social structures like family, community, and public life. So our story, just try to do a really quick potted version of what that is. So Amelia, yes, as I said, she's 16 now. And when she was born, the infant screening test for deafness had not been rolled out to hospitals in Melbourne here. So that possibly would have picked up a hearing loss at that time. So it wasn't until she was 2 that that was sort of finally uncovered, and that was because she just wasn't developing. So kind of what Oliver was talking about. So she had a bunch of gross motor sort of delays. So she didn't crawl until she was about 13 months. Didn't walk until she was just before she was 2 years old. So there was a lot of alarmist kind of specialists in our face about that, something's wrong. But the developmental spectrum is, quite broad. So we just kept saying, she's our first and only child, everything's going to be fine. But also her speech wasn't developing. So it was kind of like you'd go to those maternal child health appointments and, your child's meant to have 50 words by this point, 100 words by this point. And she had 3 words or 5 words, but they weren't really words. And then by the time she was, getting towards 2, she had lost those words as well. So you can try and hold yourself in that space for a long time and not want those interventions, and you just want to be left alone. Like I went through IVF to have her, and so I was just like, can we just be left alone for a little while and just be together? But eventually you have to sort of, wake up and address what's happening. So I think at first the doctors thought she'd had a lot of ear infections when she was really little. So they're like, oh, maybe she's just got, some fluid in her ear and that's affecting her speech development. So we were not prepared for the fact that she actually had a permanent hearing loss in both ears. So, and this kind of speaks to sort of attitudes. The difference between how the specialist at the hospital gave us that information and how the audiologist did was very different. And I've encountered that kind of dichotomy a lot in my time raising Amelia, which is that the audiologist, so we went to the Royal Children's Hospital to have some hearing tests, and I was sort of sitting with her just really, hoping she would comply with the tests and clap at the puppets as they kind of like, jumped out at her. But I could tell she just wasn't hearing a lot. And her dad was just, he was holding her, so he wasn't really paying attention to what I was saying, but I was just sort of in the corner going, oh, this isn't good. This does not look good. And so then we went upstairs to see the specialist, and they do all the other tests where they rule out, there's no fluid in the ear and so on. And by this time, as a 2-year-old, she was, losing her shit a bit. Like she was, crying and screaming. So she went out, and he just said to me, yeah, it's a permanent and irreversible hearing loss, just very matter-of-factly like that. And as so often kind of happened over the years, I was often on my own when I would get that kind of news. So I just didn't do anything about it for a week. The audiologist said to us, come back in a week, we'll do the test again just to be sure. So I just sat with it for that week, but I knew. So when we walked out of the lifts at the Royal Children's to go to the next appointment, and the audiologists were like waiting there for us. I was like, oh, they're being so nice. This is like, I know what this news is, but to me that sensitivity and that care, like they were there to kind of steward us into that process. And that, I always remember that, I guess. So, and then from there, I guess, the autism diagnosis took longer because you've got a deaf child who has had no inputs for 2 years. So she's a very frustrated little person. So she was given hearing aids at that time. She still had some residual hearing, but then other behaviours, like really challenging behaviours, started to sort of creep in that next kind of year and a half. So like really aggressive and really angry, like very rageful, hours and hours of screaming and crying and so on. And so that was another process of kind of thinking, well, maybe once she started to pick up some language and so on, that will improve, and it didn't. And so that was sort of another diagnosis that kind of flowed from that. But I think for me, it's been a process of kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, I guess. And then even with her deafness, it took years more, but she lost the rest of her residual hearing. It was clearly like a hearing loss that was declining. So, we'd be working with speech therapists on like an S sound, a consonant sound for a year. And she was just never going to get it. It wasn't going to happen. So, so I think, eventually, so she didn't get cochlears until she was sort of 9 and 10. And, then you're dealing with another sort of surgery and going back to the start. But she's 16 now and absolutely smashing it. But it has been a long road, I would say. So Welcome to Holland. I don't know if anyone's heard of this poem, but on the day that we found out she was deaf in the hospital, they give you this blue book called Choices. And the first page has this like short sort of poem, bit of verse called Welcome to Holland by Emily Pearl Kingsley. And it's aimed at parents whose babies are born with a disability or an unforeseen challenge. And so the basic premise is that having a baby born with some kind of challenge is like you're planning a trip to Italy, but when you land, you're actually in Holland. So it's not where you expected to be, but it's not all bad. So she's sort of asking parents to try and adjust their thinking about the hopes they had for their child and to start to think about, the special things, the unique things about them. But I guess for me, that process of acceptance I wasn't just going to read that poem on that day and be like, I'm totally fine with that. That's a fairly big ask. I'm going to grab some of this water because I'm like dry mouth. Hang on. Yeah, so it's not an instant process of being philosophical about that. And I think as a carer and parent, it's really important to remember that, we need to hold space for carers and parents to experience grief and anger and all of that turmoil at that point. It's a private process, but it is unique to that person, and it is part of finding acceptance. And I think for me, it didn't last for too long. Maybe I just let myself cry for a couple of weeks. But I think the fact is, you do need to go through that process, and people were kind and not kind to me in those kind of days. It's funny, it's not like you've got a cold, but people just want you to get over it really fast. Are you still upset about that thing? And then even when you try to inform them about what that diagnosis means, so you're trying to connect your child to those people, the responses are more varied than you would think. I think, it's interesting. It's like, I'm giving you this information in the hope that you will understand and be, that will grow this kind of community around her, but it actually does not work that way. And I think research shows that the greatest kind of context for isolation for carers of children with disabilities in extended families, which is, it's sobering, but in my experience is quite true. And maybe that just comes from the weird dynamics in families. I don't really know, but that was really my experience. But yeah, so, and acceptance takes a lot longer. And it's funny, in thinking about this talk today and looking back at, this is when I wrote this, Amelia was, 3 years old or whatever. I can't even access those feelings of grief and anger anymore. Like we're so advanced from that. But yeah, it's just, be kind to people going through those things, and they will come through it. And you have to, because there's so much work. There's just so much work that you have to do. So, and that's okay. Like it's actually good to have something to do. But this, I think, as Kirsten was saying in her introduction, which was kind of almost like my talk. I'm like, can that just be it? No, that was great. There's a lot of labours. You have to learn about the diagnosis. So things like deafness is a very technical thing. I'd never met a deaf person until I gave birth to one. So, there's, like levels of hearing loss and what did that mean? And then getting her hearing aids fitted and, having her use them and so on. And I guess one thing to mention, I think it's important to acknowledge sort of the internalized ableism as a parent carer that, you can think you're like a fairly, well-adjusted person who's sensitive to, difference in the community. But I remember when she was first diagnosed, like the first thing I thought and asked was, would she be able to go to a normal school? And like, to use the word normal in that context now, like, is not something that would occur to me. But I think, again, it's that gap between what you expect is going to happen and what you cannot even possibly imagine where your child's going to be from there. It's just a sort of black space. But then you learn about it and someone has to be the kind of captain of that industry, the industry of your child's disability, I guess. And then for us with deafness, learning a new language. So I think, are we there yet? We're sort of there. Just some little pictures of her with her surgeries and tired little fairy, just such an exhausting time for her. But so I'm not sure if people are aware that, I guess more than 90% of deaf children are born to hearing families. So that creates a bit of a dislocation if you think about there is a deaf community that has a very, long-standing and, intricate culture that is connected to, in Australia, Auslan, and a whole bunch of other factors. So when you have a child diagnosed as deaf, when that book Choices refers to early intervention and education kind of streams. And so as a hearing person, not exposed at all to what the implications of that might be, there's 2 tracks that you're asked to choose with no knowledge about it, no guidance from people in the deaf community or otherwise. So it's an oral approach to education. So they will be streamed into early intervention, which is where it'll be like a speech only sort of primary way of being educated, or a bilingual approach, which is through sign language. So again, I don't know why we chose the bilingual approach, but it felt to me as though I have a 2-year-old who has no language, and a visual language was going to be easy for her to pick up. So why would I not give her that? So, and I guess I'm just going to speed through and show you what that has meant to her. So she not just has 2 languages, she has always been educated as a deaf person in schools for the deaf in Melbourne, which are, there's a declining number of those. And what they have given her in her community is, I guess, like a sense of who she is beyond that disability, right? So I'm there to kind of manage all of that side of things, but they just see her as Amelia. And I don't know if this will play. So she was a school captain. This is at a school performance.
My name is Amelia, and I'm 10 years old. I want to say thank you to Karen and the parents.
And to see her get up and with such confidence, a child who could really not speak until she was 4 or 5, she can now speak and sign. And the Cochlears give her that access, but they have not reduced her access to her community. And she's a boss. She's a total boss. So it's just a we see Amelia, and that is where we're at. And I think there was a really great question before about, people who did get it right. So we've been lucky to have people around us that we call sort of like Team Amelia, which is people that you have from the start, like the audiologist that was with us from the beginning, and they grow to love her and they're just in the trenches with you, like whatever you need to do. This is like a drama group that she was with for a really long time, and one of the performances was just, they had Amelia central to the performance, using her sign language to interpret a song, but not as a token of that, like absolutely central, beautiful part of that. So we've formed a lot of great relationships. And if sport's a theme that's coming up later, sporting clubs have been great. Like, you know, some people are intimidated by the deafness thing, so they don't want to interact with it. And I did have experiences where I would contact, you know, like a circus play, you know, event place and say, oh, could she come? Just letting you know that she's deaf. This is my role as an advocate. And they're like, nah, she can't come. I'm like they genuinely were like, no, we just cannot accommodate that. And then after I, you know, put them on blast, then they offer for her to come. And I'm like, well, first of all, I would never put her somewhere where that would be the attitude. But also you missed out on an opportunity to kind of be exposed to a person like so amazing, I guess. Deaf adults, you know, representation, Sally and Possum, this amazing show on the ABC, with you know, like deaf representation. She's, you know, any time like she got to see that, she was just, yeah. My mum, who was intimidated by it all, but still like taught herself sign language and would sit with her. You know, Northcote Leisure Centre had a CODA, child of deaf adult, working with Amelia on like swimming lessons, like her little friends. She's been part of, so this is just more late breaking news. So at the Victorian College for the Deaf, they have a cafe, which is Trade Block, which is run by the kids who are like the senior kids. And if you want, and the community can come in, but if you want to order, you will be doing that. You will have to do that in a deaf space, right? So I'm constantly out of my comfort zone, but I think that's really important for their confidence. And that's part of their curriculum as well. So she's in a deaf, like a signing choir with the State School Spectacular. And, you know, when she's done work experience, like, you know, some of the bigger organisations are great. Like, you just need to find that right person and you'll know the difference kind of thing. And she's obsessed with the Essendon Football Club, like, absolutely, like, which is sad for her because it's just, it hasn't been going well for a long time, but that's our family culture. So we went there last week and just, you know, all of these footballers just come up to her and I was like, not next to her at that time. I go, do you need me? She's like, I've got this. Like, just that growth of confidence, like, has been so inspiring. So just quickly to finish and eat into question time, you know, I used to write a lot about her and for her, but now she's a teenager. It's not appropriate for me to really do that anymore. But, and I've moved too far off my line, haven't I? But she now advocates for herself quite a bit and they teach her how to do that at her school. Like, you know, deaf people are dismissed. Just as Oliver was describing, like, you know, groups of people will tell a joke. What was that joke? Oh, don't worry, I'll tell you later. They don't tell you later. But there was like an audition opportunity came through from the Department of Education for some campaign they were doing. And she did a self-tape on her own. So, I mean, like, I would stage mom her into oblivion if I could, but she did that herself. And the inclusive practices were off the chain. So they just, at every stage, made sure they paid for an interpreter. They made sure that the language was going to be, you know, sort of accessible for her, all of that. And so, like, this child that I can't get to brush her teeth ends up doing this.
Do you want to make a difference? Want to help me be my best?
Do you want to inspire us?
Do you want to be a role model?
Do you think about the future much? Want to help me feel like I belong?
Are you kind?
Are you patient?
Brave.
Funny? Do you want to share your skills and passion? Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Do you want to grow with us?
Are you our future teacher?
Are you our future teacher?
That's best practice. That's it. Thank you. Sorry for going over time. And I didn't cover anything that I was going to cover, but hopefully there was something interesting there.
Do we have any questions in the audience?
Wonderful presentation. How to negotiate intersections, just getting around? How does she get around?
How does she get around? You mean physically? How does she get around?
Physically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question at the moment. So let's say getting to school, for instance. So because we've never had the luxury of her going to school where we live. So she's, in Sunshine, she went to Furlong Park School for the Deaf and now VCD. So the government has a taxi service that sort of collect her close to home, get her there, bring her back. At primary school, that was tricky because it was like infinitely long days. It's very exhausting, like listening fatigue for people who are deaf and on the spectrum, like, big days. But she's in year 12 next year and she's just started, they have a travel training thing at VCD. So when the kids want to be more independent, and they increasingly do, they have a process of training them to use, the trains and the trams and stuff. Like, I'm like, if someone was offering me a free taxi, like I would never catch a train again. But so that's what's been happening. So they just do this really nice kind of slow process to get them used to it. And, they also have to teach them how to deal with the way people look at them and questions they get, because some of the kids would start the travel training, but people would, sometimes just say like dumb things to them, like not just, I'm really interested in seeing you sign. They'd be like sort of calling them out. So, but she is loving the train. So, all the time it's about, I was more worried than her. She's like, Mum, just need to let me go. I'm like, okay, like get on the train if you must. But yeah, that's a good example of, and she's just started, it's a long process to get approval for her to learn how to drive. So you have to go through occupational therapy and get permissions through Vic Roads and so on. Deaf people are allowed to drive, but she has to sort of show that, I guess from a safety perspective, that she'll hear, ambulance coming and all of that kind of thing. So she's nearly there with that. So the horror of her driving, I can't even imagine. But
while we're going with the mic, there's an online question. What was the title again of the poem and the author of the poem, Welcome to Holland?
So her name's Emily Pearl Kingsley, and it's called Welcome to Holland. So you should be able to Google that and it will come up.
Everyone can hear me? Yep, sweet. So my family background is Māori, and going over to New Zealand and hearing Te Reo Māori spoken on the train or on the bus when a stop is coming up, it's the Māori first and then the English. When it comes to kind of inclusive language and being connected to culture through language, which I think is incredibly important, how could Melbourne or any city be more inclusive of the deaf community in terms of language?
A great question. I think, like, if I connect it back to what I was saying about that early intervention process, I think it's not just Melbourne. Like, historically, there is this siloing of kids being streamed away from their language and culture, deaf children. So I would like to see like reform at that education level to recognise that there's no evidence that learning sign language prohibits speech development, right? So I'd like to see sort of Auslan just offered more universally. And that to be just, not just a sort of, again, a token thing. And there's more and more of that. Like Amelia's often, there's so many like interpreted concerts and stuff like that. But I think, again, people focus in more on if something's being interpreted, it's like, oh, look how cool that interpret is. And it's like, it's not really about that. It's like, it's like the primary language for these people. So I would like to see, and I think the Disability Royal Commission was making some, big kind of recommendations around reducing the number of special schools in Melbourne, which included deaf schools. So I would like to see them have a more nuanced approach to that, which is that, you know, at the moment, like, so in Victoria, the Victorian College for the Deaf is the only secondary school that is a bilingual one. And so I would like to see those spaces safeguarded for children as they progress, and it not be sort of so niche, you know what I mean? And just more education, I think. Education at that point, when you get that diagnosis, to say, bring deaf people into that space straight away with people. And because I've found that the most welcoming of us, like, you know, changes your whole worldview around the disability that your child has. So, and also I'm excluded from that as well, and I'm really okay with that. So, like, you know, that's a place that it belongs to her that I can access, but it belongs to her. And I think, you know, that's a strength of it as well. Yeah.
I know we've got a couple of questions, but if we've got time for one more, because we're just running into our program. So yeah, for those other two, if you want to grab Melinda at morning tea.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much for your talk. I was wondering if you could speak to the cochlear implant process, please.
Yeah. So just very quickly. So you're only a candidate for a cochlear implant if you essentially have no residual hearing, so you are profoundly deaf, because the process of implantation will destroy the rest of your hearing. So hearing aids work up to a certain point, and then a cochlear is required. So actually a very routine surgery itself, like overnight. But I think the misnomer that you might see on Instagram reels and stuff, that it's like switch on, is not the case. There's a lot of rehabilitation that happens. So if you consider that a hearing aid is like amplifying sound, what a cochlear is doing is kind of it's doing something quite different. It's bionic sort of sound waves. So a child's brain needs to get used to what those sounds are and understand them as speech, if you know what I mean. So that's why implantation at year 0 is better than 10, because it's much harder to adjust. So that takes months and months, and they just slowly let a little bit more in. The other thing that's important to know about it is, you know, it has a receiver. There's a magnet embedded in her skull that attaches to it, for instance. But when all of that's out, she's just profoundly deaf. And that's why, you know, for us, language doesn't stop, because there's sign language at those times where she's, you know, or if I'm singing and she takes it off because she doesn't want to hear me, which she does all the time. Yeah. Is that sort of what you meant about it? Yeah. That's
Okay.
it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Melinda.
Thank you.
We're going to take 15 minutes, and we'll see you back at 10 to 12. Okay. Welcome back. Our next speaker is Dr. Rachel Tuvey from the University of Melbourne. She's a leading researcher in disability, inclusive design, and equitable participation. Rachel's work examines how built and social environments shape who can move, play, and belong, challenging the idea that accessibility is an individual issue rather than a structural one. Through her research and community collaborations, she centres the expertise of people with disability, parents and caregivers, highlighting how ableist assumptions are embedded in everyday practices and programs. As an educator, she equips future practitioners to think critically about ethics, embodiment, and inclusion. Rachel invites us to consider how cities can support diverse bodies and ways of being, expanding participation rather than constraining it. Please welcome Dr. Rachel Tuvey.
Thank you so much. I really like that bio. Thank you so much for having me here today. I work in the Department of Physiotherapy in the School of Health Sciences in Medicine, Dentistry and and health science faculty. And it's fantastic to be able to be here today with such a mixed group of people with, hosted by the School of Design. I'm going to be talking about a project that I've been involved with. It's really been the last 10 years, but I'm focusing on one particular aspect of it, which we've been working on over the last 5 years, and I'm pleased to say we're continuing work on this project. I'd like to acknowledge that this project wouldn't have been possible without funding, some seed funding from the Melbourne Disability Institute, which really was the catalyst for then being able to go on and develop this work, and then, as you'll hear, get some more funding and scale this work up. So thank you to MDI for that work and all the seed grants that you provide. I'd also like to acknowledge country. I live and work on the lands of the Wurundjeri and Bunurong peoples of the Kulin Nation, and this work was conducted online from many different countries across what we now call Victoria, and also some people dialing in from the Eora Nation up in Sydney. So this is our team for the CycLink project, and I wanted to really call out all the members of the team, because this has been, there's a lot of co's in this team. It's a co-design study, and we used a co-production approach, and it's really a collaboration, and it would not have been possible without every member of this team as well. In particular, John Carey, who's a PhD student, he couldn't be here today. We would have co-presented. We usually co-present this work with us and often our lived experience co-investigators, but he wasn't able to join me today, but we've co-led this work, and this has been nested within his PhD as well. So what is CycLink and why is it needed? So as a physiotherapist, we work with kids with disabilities often and support them to get active in the ways that they would like to. As part of my PhD, I, with a team, developed and then tested a physiotherapist-led bike skills program for children who are ambulant, so they were able to move around without aids, and also had cerebral palsy. We found from this program that the children who participated in that physio-led program who had goals to ride a two-wheel bike were 10 times more likely to be able to ride and achieve that goal than the children who didn't participate in this program. And this program I did my PhD from 2015 to 2019, and this trial formed a big part of that. And then following on from that, we did some other work as well as what was found in my PhD and the broader literature, that there are other significant barriers to participation. Just because a child can have the skill of riding doesn't mean that they're going to be able to participate. There are many other environmental barriers and social barriers that exist for children and their families. And some of these barriers include a lack of accessible community-based programs and a lack of collaboration between the many sectors that can be involved in cycling for young people with disability. So we've got, just to name a few, health, education, disability, sport and rec, and of course, design and local government in particular with planning for cycling paths. So CycLink, the idea of CycLink is that we need collaborative cross-sector programs that support ongoing participations where we bring together multiple perspectives to create a solution to ongoing participation in cycling for young people with disability, and going beyond just two-wheel bikes, but all types of bikes and disability as well. So what we did was we had two main aims of this project. The first one was to work together to co-design the principles for the CycLink program. And the second one was to evaluate how we worked together. So to understand, was our co-design really Did we work together? Were we able to create a collaborative decision-making environment? Today, I'm just going to focus on that first aim because the evaluation would take a half hour itself. But it's been a really interesting process, and I really recommend going through that alongside doing the co-design work. So we built on an approach called experience-based co-design, which is a co-design approach that's mostly been used in health service improvement. It's particularly come out of the UK and the Point of Care Foundation there. And it has these kind of 4 areas excuse me. So there's the setting up, there's the, I should say right, my left, the setting up of the project, and that is in collaboration with people with lived experience and the relevant services and partners. There's gathering experiences, co-design phase, and then a really lovely celebration phase. And it's quite cyclical in nature, and it can go through many iterations. And in fact, it's encouraged as you're working through program development and evaluation that you continue to iterate these cycles. But what we found was that this approach hadn't really been adapted or considered in terms of how inclusive it was for people with disability and how it could be adapted to online settings as well. It had mostly been done, this is sort of pre-COVID, done in person, in local settings, but how might we be able to adapt it for disability community, for cross-sector work, and for the online setting. So it took us quite a while to design what our project would look like. We had this framework, the EBCD framework, but we wanted to make it inclusive. So we worked as a team with myself and John, and we had 3 co-investigators with lived experience of disability, 2 with personal experience, 1 young person and 1 adult, and a parent of a child with disability. And we used a co-production approach to adapt the experience-based co-design and create a protocol that we proposed would be inclusive, and that's part of the evaluation that we've been doing as well. And so this study the process of adapting and co-producing this co-design study is available. It's been published in Health Expectations, and you can access it with that QR code. But basically, we took several steps to, and at each phase of the project, not only from setting the questions for the project to undertaking it and then evaluating and reporting it, but we had these main ways that we adapted and co-produced this work. So we had meetings with our co-investigators at regular opportunities. And we also adapted the RIOT training, which is the research integrity online training for our investigators, so that we all had a similar understanding of ethical research practice. We, as I said, had lots of meetings to plan, have discussion, create actions. Then we came up with a project plan, and we looked at how we might adapt this EBCD approach, which included having multiple ways of being able to participate, having verbal consent processes, all of the aspects that you would consider to be inclusive, having visual aids, enabling people with many different types of communication means to be able to participate, because as you know, they're often excluded from research. And then also we developed some project resources. So all of our recruitment materials we created as easy read versions as well as video versions. We had, as I said, verbal consent processes and consent process for people to determine whether they were able to understand the risks involved in the study. We had easy read, all of it, not only were our recruitment materials easy read, but all of the resources in the project also came in easy read format, as well as our surveys too and our evaluation. So in total, we had, once we'd got ethics approval, we then recruited, and we had 30 participants in total, including 8 young people with disabilities, 7 parents, and 15 practitioners and community partners. And these were across those sectors that we mentioned before: health, disability, sport and rec, local government, and the other one, education, was the other sector. And there were 3 ways that people could take part. They could share their cycling journey through photo elicitation interviews. They could join online meetings, which is the co-design part. And if they had participated in either of those 2, they could share their experiences, and that's of the co-design, and that was part of the evaluation. So that first phase of gathering experiences, we did photo elicitation interviews. And I'm not sure if many of you have any experience with this type of approach, but participants are asked to either select or go and take photographs of their experiences and part of their story, and then present. For us, we chose 3 to 5 photos that would help share their stories. So we had 17 participants that participated in 14 interviews. So we had some families participate together, and there was a total of 49 photographs. And what we do in the analysis is actually not only analyse the transcripts from the interviews, but also the photos, and then bring those together to form a motif and some key themes for from the interviews, but also a digital story. And that is a story that reflects the photos and people's journeys through cycling, and especially in the context of disability. So from that, as I said, we had the touch points, the themes, and the digital story. And this was our main message that came through, was that these 4 themes came through, which were explore, participate, independence, and connection. So really we call about, let me share my epic ride with you. And so this was then able to be turned into a digital story, and we were able to share people's experiences. And that was in the final co-design workshop that we showed that, the digital story, to bring everyone along on the ride. So after those interviews, we held 5 workshops involving 23 participants across. There were 3 adult workshops and 2 children's advisory group workshops. So the adult workshops were conducted by some co-design facilitators that were experts in that area from our faculty. And John and myself, as paediatric physiotherapists, conducted the children's workshops. So the first co-design workshop involved parents and young adults with disability. The second one involved practitioners and partners, while the third was a combined workshop. And this is where that digital story was shared. And this process was iterative, so that the findings from each workshop informed the next. We also had the steering group. The 5 of us met in between each of these workshops and synthesised as we went along. And the key outputs from these workshops were a journey map, those principles, which was our main aim, the design principles, and some key prototypes to take forward. So this is just an example of some of the co-design activities from the adult workshop here. It was all online. This is one from the children's workshop. So we used visual aids and icons to support the participation. Some other examples here. voting and forming consensus through different sorts of online activities there. And this was one of our key outputs from the workshops, which built in that digital story and built in the gathering of experiences where the workshop participants described the current pathways with getting involved in cycling in the local community and what ideal pathways might look like. And you can see there with the current pathways, there are some mountains, some prickly cactuses, but and it's a bit of a roller coaster. And these images were all selected by the participants in the workshops to describe. So we use these visual aids to support the description of people's experiences. And then when we come to more of the ideal journey, it's around working together, navigating those mountains together and working out how to pass them together. And that there are three main factors involved in needs related to this journey, and they include informational needs, technical needs around, say, the bike, informational needs around programs that exist, the places that you can ride that are accessible, technical related to bikes and specialised knowledge in this area, and then relational needs, and that's really about connecting with the community. And so our main aim was to form these principles, and this came through lots of that discussion in the workshops. And what we agreed upon were these 5 key principles: that the cycling program should be tailored to each young person and their family, should offer choice based on needs, should be flexible for changing needs, should provide educative support for the young person, their family and practitioners, and include technical know-how. And when these principles were combined, some cycling prototypes were designed and presented to the workshops. And we had 6 different prototypes that then emerged from these principles. And the group was given 6 to vote on, and the 3 that were voted the highest were an all abilities riding group, an online cycling resources, and an adapted bike hub. And these talk to those 3 different needs. So the informational need around online cycling resources, the adapted bike hub, those technical needs, and also the all abilities riding group being really around a social purpose of that, as well as so participation and skill development. And as a smaller steering group, we decided that the cycling program should then incorporate elements of each of these prototypes, so bringing them all together. So as I've kind of alluded to along this presentation, this hasn't just happened overnight. The project was 10 years in the making and doing, and we are now excitedly in the first year. We're just ticking over the first year of our 5-year cycling partnership project, which is has a total budget of around $3 million, half funded by the NHMRC partnership projects, and then the other half provided either in cash or in kind from our partners. And we're about to embark on further co-design work to refine the program and build on this work that we've already done. We then plan to implement and evaluate the program with our partners across 4 communities in Victoria with over 100 young people with disability and their families. So this is just a little about the Cycling Partnership Project. We've got a host of investigators, some of whom are also speaking today, and also from the Melbourne Disability Institute. Excitedly, we now have staff on the project, a postdoc and a coordinator. And then these are the partners that we're working with across different sectors. So from Oz Cycling and Listerfield District Trail Riders that has cycling focus, to allied health and health-related fund bodies like Kids Plus Therapy Services and Ballarat Community Health, Freedom Solutions who do adapted bikes, and Disability Sport and Rec, as well as the cities of Stonington and Port Phillip from a local government transport planning perspective, and the Principals Association of Special Schools from education perspective. And all of these partners are involved in the further co-design work alongside the extended communities. So I'll finish up there, but thank you so much for your time, and I'd love to hear any questions. And please do get in touch with myself or John if you have any interest in this project or want to be involved.
Do we have any questions in the audience?
Just going to say, how does the rollout in regional areas go? Like I saw Ballarat up there and a picture of Uluru. Like, is it extending out that far?
Yeah, yeah, it's just in Victoria for this next stage, and we do have the two regional areas we're going to be implementing in Ballarat and Geelong. And then the Melbourne or metropolitan Melbourne-based areas are the inner south east, where the City of Stonington and Port Phillip are, and then also out near Listerfield Park, where our partner Listerfield District Trail Riders are. But we're using an iterative design. So we'll have a package that we take to the region, and then it will be adapted further in terms of how it's implemented based on the region's needs. Yeah, and then we'll evaluate that and then roll it out to the next sites. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Rachel. That was a lovely presentation. I'm a big fan of your work. And I was just wondering, you have mentioned some of the information needs, technical needs. Whether you could tell us a little bit more about the information needs and how we can provide better support to the supporting network of people with disabilities, so they can access information in a better way. It's not just about the technical needs or like the technical ability of riding a bike. It's also not just about the physical environment. But
Yeah,
some of that,
absolutely.
yeah.
So one of the main ways we're addressing some of the informational needs, it's not only about how that people get involved in the research and providing, for example, easy read aspects, but it's across all forms of communication. So we're working with Oz Cycling, who have a program called Ozbike, which is a little bit like Auskick for cycling. It's a program that people can get involved in. Yeah, it's designed for children to get riding, and it's often delivered with local coaches or cycling clubs or by private providers as well. But they have a website called, it's Ozbike website. And one of the things that we're doing as part of this work is to refine and adapt that version of the website, create a duplicate of the website and adapt it to suit the needs of our partners and people with in our group with lived experience of disability. And that's not only in the visuals that are provided, the representation of disability, the content that relates to disability, but also the ways people access information, the being able to be read by a screen reader, captions, all of those aspects. So adapting that, and then we're rolling that out as part that will be a key part of the online resource within the program. And so we'll evaluate that as we go along. And then hopefully that website will then be rolled out nationwide. That will be the offering. So an accessible, universal design of the website.
Thank you. With the workshops that you did with the children and the adults, were there any marked similarities or marked differences in responses between the two groups?
Yeah, it was interesting. For one of the things that we talked about was and we didn't go into a lot of detail because we were really looking more high level, but we did ask a little bit around how the kids would like to be able to participate in the workshops, whether they would like to bring a sibling or a friend along. And overall, they were erring towards no, that they wanted to do it with other kids. They didn't want to bring other people, but maybe meet new people at that workshop, and that was something for them. But whereas the parents thought that that was something that was could be a positive idea, that was an opportunity for their sibling to participate as well, or a friend to do it with them. So that's just one example. And so, yeah, it kind of raises the point that we didn't always find consensus on things. And I think that happens in co-design, and the processes then of navigating not having consensus. What we did was always come back to our steering group, have a discussion, make sure we all were heard, and then feed information back. So that's why it's really important to go from the workshops, the steering group, and any changes or any decisions made are then in that the group is informed. Yeah, that's okay. Did you?
Hi, Rachel.
Hello.
Is there opportunity to expand that age range? So, as a person who's mobile with CP in her 30s, would there be in future an opportunity for me to learn how to ride a bike to help prevent aging in later format? I wonder if that's the progression of the research.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. And one of our co-researchers, Finn, he's an adult, he's in his 40s, he lives with cerebral palsy, and he also goes by the name Trike Boy. He's got a great blog. He's based up in Sydney, and he's going to keep us accountable that we're going to expand this to adults, because that's his condition of being involved. He said, I'll be involved, but I get we're going to focus on children for this first phase, but that will expand this beyond. So combination of factors why we chose young people, in terms of the partners, the feasibility, then the scalability and sustainability of this project, but we know that there's a big gap in terms of how adults can access cycling too. And so it is definitely on our radar for the future.
And we've just got a last question.
I'm almost 80, but in my mid-70s, I had an operation that resulted in medical complications that meant that I could no longer drive. So I was already able to cycle, but I found that it was incredibly useful to be able to cycle everywhere. And but the biggest factor was the lack of cycling infrastructure. Will this produce more cycling infrastructure?
So it's not one of our primary aims. Our primary aims are more around the opportunities and linking people into opportunities for participating. But the reason we have included council partners at each of the areas is for the long-term impact to improve cycling infrastructure. So one of the things that we're doing as part of the website build is for each of the regions to have examples of accessible cycling infrastructure. And so that part of that will be auditing the local area, like, for example, the city of Stonington, to see what their infrastructure is and then presenting that. So those sorts of things, as well as their involvement in this, while it's not the primary aim, we hope that it has flow-on effects to then it being a priority to improve their infrastructure. But I agree with you, it's a big issue. I think we have to finish, yeah?
Sorry, we'll have to grab you afterwards, but yeah, thank you so much, Rachel. Sorry, I know there are a number of questions and we're just trying to keep to the program. So now I would like to, our next speaker is Dr. Natalie Finney, and she's a senior research fellow at the University of Melbourne, whose work centres on physical activity, rehabilitation and long-term recovery for people after stroke. Dr. Finney leads innovative co-designed research projects developed with stroke survivors, caregivers, clinicians and community partners to design personalised physical activity and mobility programs that support meaningful re-engagement in daily life. The work seeks to address the care gap often experienced after hospital discharge, offering flexible supportive solutions to improve cardiovascular health, functional mobility and long-term wellbeing for stroke survivors. Importantly, for this symposium's focus, Dr. Finney's research doesn't treat recovery as an individual journey, but as a collective one that acknowledges the role of caregivers, social support, and inclusive environments in enabling access, dignity, and participation. Her work challenges us to think broadly about how cities, public spaces, and community infrastructure can either support or inhibit recovery, accessibility, and inclusion. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Natalie Finney to the Ableist Cities Symposium.
Thank you so much for the invitation to speak today. It's really lovely to be here. And I would like to very much thank the Melbourne Disability Institute for their funding of this project. And this is a very project in its infancy. I guess it started all a bit over 12 months ago when we decided to put together a project to apply for our seed funding. So our project is Supportive Strides, co-designing community-based walking programs with embedded socialisation and peer support for people after stroke. I would very much like to acknowledge our wonderful research team. So I am a physiotherapist and I worked in clinical practice for 15 years before switching to academia, and my work focused in neurological rehabilitation in the hospital and also in the community. And so on our team, we have some other physios. So Emily Ramage, Priya Cahill and Kate Hayward as well. Very importantly, our research team also includes 2 people with lived experience of stroke, and that's Brian and Louise up on the slides. And we also have fabulous people from the School of Design, so Andrew Martel and Derly Matteo Babiano. And we also have David from social work, and he's really great with partnerships, and Claudia from the School of Public Health. So we've got quite a diverse team that we've pulled together for this project. And I thought I had an acknowledgement of country's flag, but that's gone. So I would very much like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we stand here today, which are the lands of the Wurundjeri people, and my home's on the lands of the Bunurong people. Okay, so I'll just tell you a little bit about stroke because you might not be as familiar with stroke. So a stroke happens when there is a blockage in an artery in the brain or a bleed from an artery in the brain. And so it can have lots of different effects. So it can result in problems with your movement, so problems with walking, getting in and out of bed, using your arms, problems with balance and strength and sensation. But it can also affect people's cognitive abilities, so their thinking, problem solving and memory. And it can also affect emotional centres and, importantly, their speech centres as well. So people can have problems with creating speech or comprehending speech as well. And so no two strokes are the same, and so people can present with a lot of different difficulties. They may be on the very mild end of the spectrum, and may only have some speech problems, for example, or they might have much more physical impairments. So I'm so lucky I've got to work with such a broad range of people over my career, and it's an area I really love working in because I've got to meet some really incredible people. Now, strokes also, some people think that only older people have strokes, but that's actually not true because 1 in 4 people who have a stroke are actually under the age of 65. So it can happen to anyone. So that's really important to remember as well. And in Australia, we have over 440,000 people living with the effects of stroke. Okay, and so the problem we were trying to address, physical activity is important for everyone. It's important for our health, but for stroke survivors, it's so important for people to be active because it helps to prevent that second stroke. And once someone has a stroke, they're at a high risk of having another stroke. So it's really important that we can prevent that. Recovering the ability to walk and being physically active is actually a top priority for people after stroke. And because of very commonly there are many mobility limitations for people after stroke, the literature has shown us time and again that after stroke people are quite sedentary and inactive. And we don't have any great interventions currently that are effective at improving long-term physical activity participation. So people might come to the hospital or the community centre and participate in an 8-week or a 12-week exercise program, but then after that, we're somehow missing out on giving them the tools to be able to keep going. Okay. And so we wanted to think of what are some potential solutions for this. So we have seen that large social networks are really important for functional recovery post-stroke. And research suggests that the social aspects of physical activity are important for people's identity after stroke. So we thought that potentially bringing people together to develop that social network and peer support in the community, we thought maybe that could provide an opportunity for some exercise. We also know from some of our previous work and studies that we're currently running where we give people the choice of what exercise do you want to do, that going for a walk is the most common form of physical activity after a stroke. Now, what's really great is if you go on the Heart Foundation website, they have loads of walking programs and walking groups in the community that anyone can join. And they're targeted at people with heart disease and they're really successful. However, people with stroke often need additional support to participate in a walking group. And because of their physical limitations, you know, we've found even after we've referred people to these groups, they don't have the confidence to go and join. And people with stroke often like to exercise with other people with stroke who've had that shared experience. So we thought we could bring a program together and potentially co-design a program called Supportive Strides where we could build connection, community, fitness and confidence through stroke after stroke through walking together. So yeah, that was our idea. And so we had these concepts. It wasn't put together as nice as that sentence, but we had these concepts and we thought we want to co-design a program together. And why did we choose to co-design? Well, because it's no use, especially us academics sitting in a room designing something that we think will appeal to people with stroke. We wanted to get people with stroke to let us know what would appeal to them. So co-design can identify important user considerations for effective behaviour change and self-management. And this isn't just for stroke, this is for anything. Co-design is thought to enhance that relevance, the feasibility and the uptake of interventions. In disability and health, we have too many interventions that aren't taken up So we're trying to address that with co-design. And it's particularly important for physical activity, for that sustained physical activity. So to get people exercising and to keep on doing it, we need to find out from people what is it that's going to make it stick for them. And with co-design, when you embark into the land of co-design, there's like so much different language and fancy frameworks and words and stuff, but the whole idea is getting people together, the people who are going to use what it is you want to produce, getting them together to help you produce it. Okay, so the approach we chose to use was the integrated knowledge translation approach, and it's an approach that we've used, our team's used a lot of times in various stroke research, so it's kind of tried and trusted in our field. And it's all about just researchers and people who will use the research working together in partnership. So we've got Brian and Louise on our research team. So that's so important that we have stroke survivors on our team. It uses a common language. So I'm sure in Rachel's workshops as well, like we really try not to use our health and academic language and just use language that anyone is easily accessible to everyone. In our workshops, everyone is respected, and that's a really core principle, but also feedback is welcomed. So if there's something, we don't always get it right. If there's something we're not doing right, let us know, and we always work to address that feedback. Okay, so this is just a picture of the integrated knowledge translation approach. So it's essentially a 4-stage approach. So in the first stage, it's just the research team getting together, working out what's our research question, what do we want to do, what do we want to achieve. After that, when we've kind of worked it out, we go and get our ethics approval, and then we recruit participants for stage 2. And what we decided is we definitely want stroke survivors and caregivers involved, but we also want clinicians who will refer into our program involved. We also wanted to get people with urban design experience involved, because we wanted to know what is it about an environment that might be appealing or necessary for people with a disability to participate in. And we also wanted to get people from professional organisations, so like the Heart Foundation. We were like, if we can get someone from the Heart Foundation, let us know, what is it about your programs that's been a success. And we wanted to get people from the Stroke Foundation as well, because they're our professional body, and professional's not the right word, but our representative body. And also, in the future, if something comes of this, we would love them to be partners. So that was kind of our goal. We also tried to get people from Parkrun, but we weren't successful at that one. And we also, we think in later stages, we will go to local government as well. So that's stage 2, where we get people together and ask for their ideas. What do you think would be necessary in a program? What wouldn't? And then stage 3, the research team, we came back together, and I'll go through this all in more detail, but we came back together, developed our program, and then stage 4 is when we go back to our participants and go, this is kind of what we're thinking, what do you think? And we get some feedback and we adapt as needed. So that's the process. Okay, so our vision and specific project aims. So our vision was to improve physical and psychosocial outcomes following stroke through sustained physical activity. And our aim for this specific project was to co-design a new program, Supportive Strides, that brings together those concepts of walking groups and physical activity, but also embedding peer support and socialisation. So when we went out to participants, we had 4 workshops and 1 interview just during August and September this year. So 2 of those workshops were focused on stroke survivors and caregivers, and the interview as well. And the reason we had an interview was so we could include someone with fairly severe aphasia, so wouldn't be able to cope in that workshop environment. We did have some people with milder aphasia able to participate in our workshop. What was really interesting, we started doing our different co-design projects just before and during COVID. So we've done a lot of this work online, and online can be great because it's easy to organise. People can participate from all around the country. So, there's some really great advantages to online. But we had one of our workshops in person here, and it was gold. It was so, so, so good. It was just so lovely. And what was also really lovely is that two of the participants, so we were talking about, walking and walking groups and stuff, and we had two of our participants who have since formed a friendship and go walking together every Sunday. So they're like, we're the very first supportive stride. So there is such value in people coming together, even though it is hard for people to get here in terms of accessibility. But it was so, and it's harder to organise, and we have catering and all of that. But if it's a possibility, it is something really great to do. Something else about our stage 2 workshops that was a bit different. So Emily, one of our researchers, is a very experienced co-design facilitator. Oh God, we're already at 5 minutes to go. I've got to hurry up. Emily's really experienced. So we had her facilitating, or me facilitating, but we also had Brian and Louise involved in facilitating those workshops, which is great because when you have people with lived experience helping to facilitate, you might find that the people in the workshop are more willing to give information, I guess, and open up a little bit more to them and their prompts. Okay, I'm going to hurry up a little bit more. We also had 2 workshops with 11 professional participants, and I've gone through the kind of people we had, and we did get someone from the Heart Foundation and a couple of people from Stroke Foundation. So that was awesome. And we had some urban designers as well. And this is just some demographics about our participants, but that's a bit boring. So our stage 2, what did we find? So these are the key things that came out of our stage 2 workshop. So we found that including a social element is key. So one of the things that someone said that was great was, physical activity and the idea of getting fit will get someone there, but it's the social element that's going to keep them coming. Okay. We had, one of the big things was about the environment and that it has to promote inclusion. So, we want to have wide, flat paths, and even so potentially, so it can be people walking at least 2 abreast, but also that we can potentially have wheelchairs coming as well. So some of our stroke survivors who can't walk can also participate and get some of the other benefits as well. But also things like having benches, so people can sit at regular intervals, having accessible parking and toilets nearby. And then the other thing about environment that people spoke about a lot, which really resonated with me, was having somewhere quite pleasing to the eye. So having your beautiful, outdoors in nature. But also what I'd never considered was it's not just about the visual, it's about the smells and the sounds and all of those other senses as well. So that was really cool. Also, that motivation and belonging are necessary for sustained engagement. So people need to feel they belong. So things like celebrating achievements of how many walks you've done or whatever can be really good to help people belong. We need a lot of supports to be able to sustain a program like this. So a paid coordinator would be something necessary. There's a lot of logistical considerations about when the group's held, things like that, and that we need to have strong referral networks so people know about the program. And there were many barriers to be overcome, but I won't go into them. Anyway, in stage 3, the research team got together. We used a fancy pants consensus technique, so nominal group technique, to make some decisions about what would be included in the program. And Dave, who was our social worker, was experienced in that, and he facilitated us through that. So this is the program we've created, and it's very loose at the moment, but just some decisions we made that it'll be offered weekly on a weekend, and we won't have a cap. Like I said before, it'll take place in safe, flat and accessible areas. We want to prioritise having somewhere in regional Victoria because we know they miss out on a lot of services. I've talked about some of that. We also talked about having an indoor option, such as a shopping centre for wet weather options. which is really important. And shopping centres are quite accessible too. So there's a lot of benefits of that. We wanted to have opportunity for social connection. So one of the biggest things is to have a meet-up every week before the walk. So there's no pressure on people to walk fast and finish for the meet-up. And meet up for a coffee, and that's where you might celebrate the group's achievements. And family, friends and carers are very welcome. And we wanted to have everyone be able to start at the same place, and there might be some different routes, a harder route for more able walkers and an easier route. And one of the really important things is that we would rate each place with a walkability score and provide information about that. And that we'd have a paid coordinator, and there's a lot we still have to work out about safety and referrals that we still don't really have to decide a bit more on about. And we're essentially building partnerships as we go, and we'll seek funding. And we've had our stage 4 workshops just a couple of weeks ago. They've suggested some adaptations. I won't go through them because that's a bit boring, but this is important. So this is just some tips and lessons learned from doing co-design over a number of projects. To do co-design well, you need dedicated funding. And again, thanks to Melbourne Disability Institute, because we could do it well. Find the right people for your project. Set up expectations and ways of working from early on. Large teams take time. This stuff takes time and care to manage. Preparation is key. Project timelines can be really limiting. You need to have an experienced facilitator. Online workshops can work. Seek advice and mentorship from people who have done it before, and just be aware that power imbalances can happen and has happened in the past. But when you get it right, it can just happen. I don't know what it is about this project, but as soon as we opened up for recruitment, we got full, like, really quick. And then those people, we had 20 out of our 25 people come back for our stage 4. And we were not great in that we just said, we're having these 3 workshops on these days, and 20 of them could do them. Like, it was amazing. So it feels like we're maybe doing something right. We've maybe got something in this. So it's really good. And so there's lots of places we're going to apply for funding to do a trial on this. And we've also got some research capstone students in physiotherapy working with Durley from design. We're going to look at some walkability scores and how we might rate our places. So much happening, and it's been a really exciting project. I'm sorry to go long.
Thanks, Natalie. And you've ticked off one of my bucket lists when I wave to someone and someone goes, "Oh God." So do we have any questions from the audience?
Did I?
No.
Okay.
No, that's something I do.
Thanks so much for your talk. It was really insightful. I just had a quick question about, so in the kind of co-design approach, and then the walking kind of exercises, whatever you phrase them, you mentioned that like socialisation was a really important one, and inclusion, of course. And I'm just wondering, with stroke survivors who perhaps had like a strong cognitive effects post-stroke, or maybe kind of a mental disability, how that kind of worked in the inclusive space, given the range of kind of potential kind of post-stroke effects.
And there is a really big range. And even in our workshops, we have a range of people who have some cognitive limitations and some speech limitations, to people who don't have any of those. And if people give time, so if we have some trained people who are trained with giving time, so it's all about giving time and not using big words. It just kind of works. And I don't know whether it's from the rehabilitation in hospital, where people are all together seeing people of all different types of stroke. The stroke survivors are really, generally are really good with each other. Yeah. And look, and there's gonna be awkward moments where someone does something not great, and so that's where that program lead will need to be stepped in and trained. Yeah.
Hello. I would like to know more about the power imbalance because different age groups and gender, like the mix of it together. If you can expand a bit more on that, that'd be great.
So the previous research has cited more power imbalances between researchers and people with lived experience. So that is something we're trying to not have. So we don't, for example, go in workshops and go, "Hi, I'm Dr. Natalie Finney." So no titles, everyone's equal. The experiences everyone brings are valued. Essentially, it's all about valuing everyone. And having researchers on our team helps that. Haven't had any issues in workshops with gender. The age thing did come up when we were talking about, which I didn't talk about here, matching buddies, and people were saying we want to be matched up with someone of a similar life stage, essentially. But yeah, we haven't had, so the power imbalances was more about between researchers and people with lived experience.
Thanks, Nat. It's Rachel over here. Question around the future program and how it might run in terms of people who have survived stroke but primarily get around in a wheelchair. How would they be welcome to be participants, and how would they be included?
So initially, when I started the co-design project, there's actually not much out there for people with mild stroke who go home straight from hospital and don't have any intervention, but they're really scared to exercise. So in my head, that's kind of who it was targeted at, but through the co-design, it's open to all stages of stroke, and that people in wheelchairs are welcome. So that's and because, there's that part with the coffee at the start, and there's the getting out in nature and the fresh air, and maybe, they might be with a carer and they might be able to take, walk for 20 metres and then go in their wheelchair for the rest. So yes, they will be welcome.
And our last question.
Very similar, building on that question. I don't know nothing about stroke or Parkinson's, but being a mere architect. But would the group be able to extend to people in the early stages of Parkinson's as well? Because that's another group that I think would have quite a similar symptoms.
Yeah, so there's so many neurological conditions. So, the very first thing we've got to do is get some funding to run a trial at one or two places. And then we would hope that it would grow. And it could evolve to be just a broader people with disabilities walking group. And certainly the work we're going to do about doing some walkability scoring is meant to be for anyone. So yeah, it could, who knows, it could evolve, or it could be something that Parkinson's Victoria does a spin-off of, or there just might not be enough people in one location for either, so they join together. So that kind of thing. Yep.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much. Natalie, sorry. Now I'm going to tag team to Ash, who's going to look after this panel.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ash Alam. I work in Melbourne School of Design, and this session is going to focus on disability-focused research and reflection in the built environment faculties. I know this is the last session. The session before lunch. This session is holding you from lunch, but I promise it's worth the wait, given we are joined by 4 fantastic speakers who bring in lived experiences, disciplinary depth, and also practical and expert insights into this session. So just to give you a bit of a one-liner kind of introduction for each of our outstanding speakers, Dr. Mary Ann Jackson is an internationally recognized built environment accessibility specialist. She heads Visionary Design Development Private Limited, which is a transdisciplinary consultancy operating at the intersection of the built environment and disability knowledge domains. Dr. Sonia Iskander is a qualified interior designer. She recently completed her PhD on lived spatiality of individuals with blindness. Particularly, she looks into how visual discipline can marginalize individuals with blindness. Dr. Patrick Dwyer. Patrick is an autism expert now based in La Trobe University. His research is particularly focused on how autistic and neurodivergent people of all ages experience and attend to the world around them, including autistic experiences of sensory distress and discomfort. And our fourth speaker is Imogen Harvey. So Imogen is a research assistant and digital support in the Black Ability Project. She's a built environment scholar, urbanist, and a licensed architect, and currently completing her doctoral study at the Melbourne School of Design. So we just got 40 minutes, around 40 minutes, or even less than that. I have a few guiding questions, but it can be a semi-informal kind of reflective session, but later on we can also take some questions from the audience. So to start with, what motivated you to come to do disability-focused PhD research?
Should we go in order or?
Any order.
Okay. We'll do that then. Well, I guess I should start with the fact that I'm autistic, and I've known that since I was 11 or so. So I already knew that I was part of this community. I could see it was a very marginalized community, a lot of needs, and so potentially, I might want to do something related to that. I also knew that, I had a pretty strong capacity for getting intensely interested in things and pursuing them passionately. I also knew that a lot of the disability related, barriers that I might encounter would tend to arise if I'm not in control of what I'm doing. That even though academia is incredibly ableist, ironically, it is an environment that works relatively well for me in some ways because of the autonomy that it comes with. Therefore, doing a PhD kind of made some sense. I should say, I'm making it all sound very intentional and planned. It wasn't necessarily that. I was considering other things right up until getting accepted into a PhD program. And specifically, I went into developmental psychology because I asked around and people told me that I could do pretty much any kind of research with that, which is actually how I got here, because after finishing my PhD a couple of years ago, I started to do work around sort of experiences of the sensory built environment.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Before I answer the question, in the interest of accessibility, for those that can't see me, I'm in my mid-60s with strawberry blonde hair, strawberry blonde collar-length hair, and I always wear glasses. Today I'm wearing patterned trousers and a black shirt and black shoes. Imagine that, a Melbourne architect wearing black. Back to the question though. Firstly, why do a PhD? From a firmly located in the private sector practitioner perspective, I think that one should do serious study every decade or so. And secondly, it's a legacy endeavour, progressing our work, my late husband and myself, our Universal Mobility Index, which is a method of assessing built environment accessibility at neighbourhood scale. And one of its defining features is that people with disability do the assessing. Obviously, we don't have time today to go into the nitty-gritty. Lastly, my PhD is not on disability per se. It's on built environment accessibility praxis, interrogating why, who, where, when, how, etc. the built environment disables. And in a very overarching way, it's also about sustainability, environmental, economic and social. I want the built environment to be more useful, but in tandem with that, it's introspective. Why, how, when, where, etc. does the architecture profession, architects, enable the built environment to disable? You've got your own.
I do. Lucky me, my own microphone.
So my research for my PhD is focusing on inclusion of disability in the design of workplaces, and primarily working with people with lived experience as a first point, and using my background and expertise in architecture to understand where some of these barriers are thrown up in the actual design and procurement processes of bringing about those buildings. So just for context, I think, look, the reason for coming back to do a PhD after over a decade in practice, honestly, I'm still not totally sure, because there's lots of factors as to why I have done a PhD as opposed to just doing it through practice, I suppose, is the other route. But I've been working in the space of designing with people with disability for ages, over a couple of decades now. It predates my venturing into architecture in my undergraduate degree. It's from way before then too. But I think, after graduating and working in practice for some time, I was finding that I really could not push things forward, and that people who I was working with did not get it. And I just could not get them along for the ride fast enough. I really felt it was a sort of Sisyphean effort, like I was just constantly pushing against this force that was pushing back against me. And there was a sort of overall impression amongst people that I spoke with, architects and designers, that if it complies, it's good. And then sometimes not even that, well, maybe it doesn't need to comply. We could get an exemption to that particular part of the building code because it's not relevant. An example is I was working on a music centre, and we were putting a stage into one of the spaces, and I said to my colleague, the stage has to be accessible, has to have a ramp up onto the stage. It's for percussion instruments, so anyone needs to be able to get up there. And she said, why? Someone in a wheelchair is not going to play the drums. So this still exists, and she didn't even realise how ableist she was being. And so there was constant work of educating. It made me just realise that we really need to contribute more to the data set, to the base that people are working with, that's hard evidence of why these things need to occur, and not just accessibility, but more than, make places inclusive. So that's where I was at. It wasn't good enough the way things were.
Thank you. Sonia.
What she said. Sorry, I'm kidding. So I guess because my background is also, I'm coming also from a practice background as well, but I think differ from Imogen, I do not come from an advocacy background. So in a way that what first sort of trigger it, there are maybe 3 points of trigger to finally why I undertake a PhD, or undertook the PhD, because I've done it. Gosh. Yay. So when I was practicing, my first foray into designing for community housing, for instance, so I was tasked in redesigning for a community building, and that's a residential building. And then they told me that I need to design 3 different types, essentially. There's accessible, adaptive, and just the general kind of type of unit. And I was like, adaptive, what is that? And then so the firm actually sort of enroll might not be the right word, but let's just use that for now, because I'm nervous as heck right now and I don't know what other words I could use. So I actually attended a one-on-one workshop with an accessibility consultant who has an acquired disability from an accident. So he was differently limb, so having one leg, and then, travel very swiftly with the crutch. And, and the way that he explained the accessibility standard, which by that stage I haven't actually used it at all, or even a very, very limited use of it. The way that he explained it, the way that he put context to why certain things should be approached in a certain way through the lived experiences and, you know, the practical purposes. It's just as simple as that. It allows me to then implement that into the design beyond the dimension, and why there is a reason why things are a certain way, and there is a reason why things are approached a certain way. And then having done that project, or having attended that workshop and having done the project, it kind of then awakened a dormant memory, or even something that at the back of my mind that is there. My grandmother, so she had diabetes, and then so then after a while, you know, that impacted her eyesight, and then so that worsened, and then and so I remember her being an incredibly, you know, agile Renaissance woman. I mean, she baked, she slaughtered her own chicken and chased me with the head with it, and things like that, you know. And then she loved baking. And then when her eyesight were worsened, then she could keep on continuing baking. I mean, I think it's something to do. I just realized then, you know, when thinking about it, it must have been that sort of hapticity, you know, that the feeling and the way that she made cookies like nastar. I don't know if any Indonesian in here, but I could see someone's nodding. So that is something that she, you know, likes to make, you know, something, just cookies, like a Dutch sort of inspired Javanese cookies and what have you. And then, but the thing is like sometimes after a while, I think she fell down the stairs. I think she was just trying to get something off the oven. And then so she got hurt. And then I think the attitude then with the family members, I think myself included as well, was almost like being extra protective with her. So it's almost like infantilizing my grandmother. She was still capable, but then she just got discouraged because everyone just said, "Oh no, I'll do it. Oh no." It's like and then so just remembering all that, and then having, you know, practicing as an interior designer, and then the only sort of reference that I readily have is the accessible code. And I'm like, and then also in terms of people with visual impairment, what I can see is that, well, there's the Braille signage and there's a few bits and bobs about wayfinding. And I'm like, is that it? Is that it? And then I was gathering courage really to sort of go, well, I want to do something. I don't know what that is. And then could I do a PhD? Because I wanted to contribute something to the society. That's pretty much it. That's the reason why. And then I came across the 2009, it's like a precursor report for what is now NDIS is, correct me if I'm wrong, Marianne and Imogen, you probably know the title of this, Shout Out. The experience of you know, people with disability in Australia and their family. And the report, it's not so much the report itself, but the way the lived experiences are intertwined within the reports really is similar to what I've experienced with the workshop, you know, like having the code is actually then explained within the context of the lived experience. That kind of, it's almost like act as a final green light, really. And so...
Excellent.
Yeah.
So thanks for sharing your personal, deeply personal and also professional reasons for coming to a PhD. So thinking about the actual PhD journey, because I mean, even in my own PhD, when I was looking at migrant women, working with them, listening to all those stories, sometimes they're quite discomforting, but also think about, I mean, when you're doing eco-design approach, that also brings joy, like how we can empower and work with these communities closely. So in relation to that, I just wanted to know probably what was the most enjoyable and also probably a bit of difficult part of your PhD journey that you could probably unpack here for the next 10 minutes?
Yeah, sure. I can continue to go first. Also, thank you, Marianne, for modeling good behavior. I should have said, yeah, I am white, early 30s. I have black hair, and I'm wearing this sort of, I don't know, turquoisey gray shirt and black pants. And just people may guess from the sound of my voice, I'm male. So, the question, yes. I should say I'm Canadian and I did my PhD in the US, so it's a bit different of a PhD system there where the actual thesis project isn't emphasized in the same way. There's more, classes and, other research projects beyond the PhD and things that are more normative. And it's interesting because at the time, I thought when I first came here, the PhD systems here are so nice in that, people can really focus on just, one sort of, set of related projects and develop the passion there. But then I kind of realized as well that then that, is, has you less looped into sort of the field that you're in some ways. And so, it's really an interesting contrast, and I feel like some of the good things and the bad things for me are related to that. On the good side, I'm able to pursue all these different directions, all these shiny, exciting things and opportunities and collaborative projects, and really pursue passions in a way that is wonderful. And also exposed me to a lot of the co-design stuff because that wasn't something that my program was particularly strong on in general. Certainly, the Autism Research Center where I was doing the PhD was not very into co-design, mostly for the most part, with some exceptions in terms of like working with parents of very young children, for example. And so yeah, I was getting a lot of the actual skills and knowledge and understanding of how to do participatory research from other people beyond the PhD that I was collaborating with people, in other time zones, other institutions, and that was wonderful. That I was able to get such a rich experience with supportive mentors, Susan Rivera and Cliff Sarin, where I was based, but also all these other opportunities. The downside of all of this is that it makes for a lot more work and things to manage and balance. And that's sort of been my persistent chronic problem, is that I always kind of to do more stuff than I strictly have capacity for. And as, was previously emphasized, to really collaborate with the community properly, that often means a bit more slow science and really devoting the time and energy and resources. And I sort of struggle with finding the balance that allows me to do that and do work well while also pursuing all of the shiny things and so on that interest me.
Thanks, Patrick.
Okay, so starting with the most difficult. Firstly, I should point out that as a generalisation, I had two cohorts of participants, built environment participants and people with disability participants. And almost all of my fieldwork involved group activities. So there's nothing really difficult. Many things were time consuming because organising multiple people's availability is always challenging. That's across the board. But the ethics approval system, particularly in architecture faculties, does tend to favour ableist kind of attitudes and, easy to approve applications. And so we've got no time to discuss that further just now. Most enjoyable, or rather most rewarding, the architect participants' enthusiasm for the experiential learning that the site sessions delivered. The site sessions involved a built environment participant accompanying a participant with disability on a predetermined route. This is part of the Universal Mobility Index methodology. So initially, rather naively in my design, in retrospect, the built environment participant was merely to record ratings, a very limited type of go-along. But every session rapidly turned into being a being along with deep and wide-ranging conversations between both participants resulting. And some of that's captured in the Radical Inclusion edition of the Institute of Architects Victoria chapter publication, which came out late last year.
Excellent.
I think for me, I might also frame it as enjoyable, difficult, as more sort of rewarding and challenging or distressing or something maybe. So being a kind of designy, solutions-y sort of a focused person, talking to people about using things is my jam, like 100%. Absolutely my jam. Have always loved it. Someone says, oh, I can't do this thing. I'm like, oh, I'll go fix that for you. It's always been my way of doing stuff. And so I would love that aspect of doing this work, regardless of whether it's with people with disability or not, just anybody using buildings. So that's something that's just awesome. But in my research, my kind of approach is, my methodology, we would say, is one called critical ethnography. So, and what the critical aspects of ethnography being, you know, working with people and kind of understanding their needs or whatever in this particular circumstance. But the critical aspect is that I do it with a political purpose. And so there's sort of a politics and looking at power imbalances and oppression and marginalisation. And my work is sort of sits on the edge of advocacy and activism and research. And I sort of tread that line. So I think then the thing that makes it kind of the best and the thing that is the best and the worst about the research is actually the same one and the same thing for me, because it's about being able to really engage with people about the real raw stuff, the real sticky, crappy, shitty, or good stuff about buildings and or their experiences with people in buildings, like attitudes. And so I can hear that sort of like people being really clear and direct and open with me about that. And that's awesome, but it's also extremely distressing a lot of the time. And that can be really emotionally draining. So I find sitting in the room with people, sometimes you're crying along with them. Sometimes you're enraged by the things that you hear. And then every time you go back and you listen and you transcribe, you're enraged again. And you know, and so I think that's the most challenging thing, is also feeling a little bit overwhelmed by the magnitude of it. Sometimes you're collecting so much more data than anything that you could solve as one researcher. And this is so many people's issues, and you really want to fix it, or I really want to fix it. And so that sitting with that is really hard.
Thank you.
I'll give you a hug later. So I guess with mine is also like another, much like my motivation, it's also a three-pronged thing. I think the most challenging is, I mean, it is very much evident that these three awesome individuals and academics, they have their heads and heart in the research and advocacy. Even though you come in practice, but I think you have that strong kind of, you know, advocacy kind of heart in it. I don't come from that. And then so there is that sense of worthiness, that imposter syndrome that always happen. Even as I'm sitting right now, you know, like I read everyone's CV, and then Patrick's CV, I'm like, am I even worthy to be here? It's like, you know, see you later. But I thought it's important because maybe someone else could relate to my insecurity. And I think that imposter syndrome sort of exists, you know, am I the right person to research this? And I just keep going. I think before, I remember that in order to actually finally pursue it, I have to have a talk with a few people. One of them is actually Marianne. It's like, do you think it's okay? It's almost like, and then yes, that was like Marianne's response. And then so that gave me like that sort of just the final push to just do it. And then, and yes, and then the enjoyable things are, and I think the enjoyable thing is the privilege of having been trusted and the generosity and the time of the participants, you know, and the insights. That is enjoyable to hear, but also challenging because, I mean, earlier, I think Ash mentioned that my thesis, critics visual centricity. It wasn't really at first intended to be that. It evolves to be that way based on the insights that from the participants, and in a way that what's challenging about that is that it's confronting. Because then it kind of also makes you very much hyper aware of, well, I'm speaking about myself, like my own visual bias, but not just visual bias. There's the visual centricity that is inherently already built in, especially as a, interior designer, architectural practitioner. We're taught visual stuff, and that's the first and foremost, attention. And so it kind of inherently holds a primacy, whereas that could very much, excluding people with visual impairment, including people with blindness. And then that sort of hyper awareness and that confrontation, I try to then hold that throughout not just the research, the analysis process, but also throughout the writing process. And then that includes being really aware of the way that I write my thesis, making sure that I'm not excluding readers with visual impairment, and that making sure that I'm not checking this to check email, by the way. I'm not being impolite. I'm just actually literally trying to unearth. There's this sentence that I want to share with you. So in a way that even culling visual centric sentences and paragraph, for instance, just bear with me for 1 second.
While you look for that, I'm going to jump in just to circle back to a point you raised a few seconds ago. This is Patrick, about my CV. One of the reasons that my CV is so long is that when I first entered the field, I was usually the only autistic person in the room, and I felt a huge pressure with a lot of medical model discourse and talk of deficits and so on to outperform everybody else. And I still compulsively check, the people who are outperforming me because, it's such an ableist system. So I think everybody gets that. It's just an unfortunate thing about, academia, I guess.
Well, it is an impressive CV, mind you. So I'm but it's almost enough to deter me, but it also empowers me to want it to, sit alongside you and also alongside Marianne and Imogen. So much love, guys, so much love. And so, in terms of just getting really super hyper aware of the visual centricity, even in the writing, for instance, paragraph of, when we enter a space, we judge it firstly through our visual faculties and by visual qualities. What if we take away the visual cues and references? How would those who are visually impaired determine whether a space is functional, even aesthetically pleasing? That sentence is problematic because the way that we say, the way that the sentence started with, we judge it firstly through our visual faculties. That's immediately convey an us and themness, and the researcher and the reader is the us, the cited us, and the participant, individual is the research them, and that is problematic. That sentence, that paragraph came from my earlier draft of my thesis, and then so I'm calling myself out, and then so I think that's the most challenging, really, is to call your own ableist sort of inherent ableist, in which in this case is really that visual centricity.
Brilliant. Marianne, you mentioned ethics application. Obviously we do a lot of interesting things in ethics application to make the research look like, okay, so we're not risking the research, we are not risking research participants, and also we are not risking ourselves. But doing research in these spaces where we engage with lived experiences of disability, how do we actually practically recruit participants? Even for my own case, for example, you talked about intersectionality. I'm an architect, I'm a male going to talk to marginalized women from culturally and linguistically diverse communities. It's not really easy. Even I needed to take my 3-year-old kid to actually make that report, but we don't really put them in the ethics application, right? So, I mean, how did you recruit your participants in your respective cases?
Can I just say quickly to that, just before Marianne answers, the ethics application terminology is really awful. So people with disabilities and various marginalised groups are deemed as vulnerable people. And I understand why it's important to know that you're going to be a safe researcher and you're not going to exploit people, or, you know, I really get why it's been set up this way, but we really need to change the way that we talk about it.
Well,
very medical.
On that note, in fact, there is a new national statement actually.
Yes, right. It's changing.
Yeah, and I'm quite excited about it because it does shift away from that conception of vulnerability as residing in the individual, which is, as you say, awful, and instead recognizing that vulnerability is in the context, the power dynamics, as was pointed out before, you know, the context of the research, and it's not just the individual, it's the whole situation. And so that's great, but there are still issues, and actually I'm supposed to be, other people are waiting for me to work on a paper where we're sort of suggesting that you know, we also need to adapt and have a more flexible and iterative process, because, you know, code design, good participatory research, it needs to have, you know, some flexibility, some iterativity, and the whole system of ethics applications is based on the idea that there is a protocol that was designed by some, you know, able-bodied neurotypical researchers, and they know exactly what's going to happen in the study, and it will unfold exactly according to that protocol. And yeah, you know, we need to work on changing that.
So what did you do to recruit your participants?
Yeah, getting the original question. It very much depends on, you know, the specific things. So for different things, you know, I might try and recruit from social media, from community networks that I know, from established databases, from online databases. There, you know, it really depends on the project, the age group, the purpose of the research, whether I'm looking for co-design partners or research participants, very different roles. Once I had a study where like 1,000 bots came in and tried to take over the study because I was offering small gift card prize draws and recruiting on social media without protecting the study, which was a really bad idea in retrospect, but it was some years ago. So yeah, I guess it really depends on the specific project and what it's for.
Excellent. Marianne, yeah, maybe just one strategy. Yeah, for the sake of time.
Well, many years ago, a while after I'd been working in the built environment accessibility space, which that began in 1999, I came to the realisation that it's necessary to cross disciplinary boundaries. So over time, I started hanging out at disability events, particularly advocacy type events, and those that call for public consultation into new government policies, etc., put on peak bodies, the names of which escape me at the moment. But basically attending lots of those sorts of events. One must observe, make connections, and make meaningful relationships. This takes time and presence, not flying in, demanding answers and flying out.
Amazing.
I mean, that doesn't mean that PhD participant recruiting was really easy. I mean, same as organising multiple people's availability. Recruiting participants for research of any sort is always challenging, it's time-consuming, there's ethics procedures. So I think you need to be in the space and be legitimately in the space of where you're trying to research.
Excellent.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I learned a lot through the recruitment process, and I think my research was a little bit challenging in that I wanted to narrow in on a case study that around a particular building. And so I couldn't just go and recruit people. I actually needed to start with the building and then people who work in that building, which made it a little bit challenging. So I did the usual ads and posters and emails and things like that. And in that, I kind of just said, looking for people with lived experience of disability, I think, something along those lines. And what I learnt was, even though I sort of, in my mind, was like, that's an all-inclusive, I wanted it to be anyone, you know, with any of the kinds of things that might be classified as disability under like a technical sense. And in my mind, wasn't kind of cutting out anyone. If anyone wanted to email me and say, hey, do I fit I'm interested. Even like chronic illness that would be have disabling effects, that would have been great. And what I learnt was that I probably needed to say in the recruitment, people who identify as having a disability or who are classified by others, including the government or whatever, as having a disability. Because, for example, I didn't get any neurodiverse participants initially.
Right.
Because they didn't identify with the term disability. So that was quite interesting. And then what ended up happening, because of the ethics process, it was approved under a particular way, blah, blah, blah. And so I didn't change the recruitment poster and blah, blah. What ended up happening was word of mouth. Yep. So I had a mate who has ADHD, and they ended up chatting to a bunch of their other neurodiverse mates in the building and kind of recruited them word of mouth.
Thank you. 1 minute.
Well, geez, okay. Well, with my one, I think I started with the way they recruitment. So with mine is probably, I recognize the fact that I'm a nobody, so no one knows me. So in a way that participants with the public figure access to their public, correspondence detail or what have you, then I contacted them directly, and but majority of it is through the organization. And so basically I have to go through sort of like the gatekeeping sort of process in a way that they, rather than just saying yes straight away, they ask me what is my intention? What are my researches about? Have the ethics been approved? Because that's very important. Can we see the most up-to-date ethics approval certificate and things like that? And then having a preliminary sort of meeting with, with exactly like the powers that be, I suppose. And it's just to make sure that I'm okay, I guess. And then that I'm legitimate researcher, that is not going to exploit the participants for, profit or anything, even though I already said this is for a PhD thesis. So there is that aspect. I guess because my research is not only I'm interviewing individuals with blindness, but I also have a sample site, which is a lighthouse of visual impairment blindness. It's actually headquarters in San Francisco. Because of COVID, I had to redesign my entire research. So there is no site observation. It's purely just interviews. So yes, it is a design, built environment design research, but there's absolutely no visual references whatsoever, which was actually, I'm glad at the end, because what it transpired is something. Exactly. It's not only that, I think it presented a reframing of what blindness is. It's not just not in the reduced sort of reductive way of viewing it, but it's more of a whole body condition. It's a whole bodiness of it. Yeah.
Excellent. We had a 7 minutes delay to start, so probably we could still hold you off for 5 minutes to take probably 2 or 3 questions from the audience. So yeah, the floor is open.
Thank you. My question mainly stems from the kind of, given the prevalence of disabilities in older people, how do you, I guess, see the aging population as sort of relating to a lot of your practices?
Maybe 2 answers. Yeah, just 2 of you.
I'm happy to have a little go at that.
Yep.
I think that's really significant. I actually think that even as it is our our environments can generally be fairly like binary in the sense that we can be like, oh, older people kind of off over there, you do your things and everybody else this, that, whatever. But I do think when you're kind of looking at improving the built environment and applying ambitions of accessibility and inclusion, it actually makes it better for everybody, regardless of condition, regardless of ability. You know, like we talk a lot about the curb cut effect. You know, like the curb cut effect came about from activism in the US with people taking sledgehammers literally to curbs to make little ramps to go down to the road right from the footpath. But in Australia, we now call those pram crossings. And I think just the linguistic thing of that is that like it really was originated for wheelchair users, but actually it benefits parents, it benefits delivery people, whatever. So I think even if we start with disability as a starting point, it will be more inclusive for ageing population too. It helps everybody.
As the resident older person on this panel, having turned 65 on your behalf, having turned 65 last week, I think it's pretty amusing in so many ways. Obviously, at my age, I've got a lot of friends that are, you know, in their 80s and whatever. And it's really frustrating how they won't confront their own mortality. I'm a widow, so, you know, I've been through a few things with that. But it's like, come on, guys, get your houses set up. You know, really, it's not a problem if you've got a grab rail in your bathroom. It'll help. So it's indeed. So it's interesting to figure out how to confront these ingrained ableist, you know, socialised ableism in the society amongst your friends who you obviously don't want to have falls, but still they're so resistant because of that ingrained, you know, socialised ableism.
If I could just add super quickly, I think in terms of not just about considering aging population, just considering that for the environment to be not so demanding. I think, Oliver, you mentioned something about your story about the door and then, you know, having the access sort of button and then having to reach for that and then having to walk back. And then by the time you actually open it, it's locked again. So it's like considering like all the timing of the simple sort of extending the timing of between the, you know, when you press the button, allow for the timing of embodying different archetypes of whole bodiness, you know, not just when you've got to be quick and this and this and this like that. So yeah, that.
And it doesn't need to be fancy or fandangled. We could just go simple.
We'll take two more questions. One, and then from you. Yeah, thank you.
I want to ask how important it is to have lived experience in your research, because I know in disability community, lived experience is extremely important because, you know, nothing about us without us. So, and how has the built environment profession in practice and research is still not, you know, giving importance or valuing that as much as they could, and it could speed up the process, you know.
Maybe we can also take the other question as well together. And then, okay, yes. Yeah, I can access. Thank you.
Hi, just talking about disability and ageing. My background is I was an academic and I've had 3 strokes over 20 years, and now I'm an ageing stroke survivor. And planning for ageing with stroke is really problematic and very frustrating when you're trying to find a suitable accommodation. So is that, I think that idea of planning for ageing in the building of the places first will then enable me more access to places. Okay.
Yeah, so So thank you for the second comment, because the autism field has only just sort of recognized, hey, maybe 50 years is actually middle-aged and we should look older when we want to look at aging and autism. I cannot really comment, but we need to do much better, clearly. As to the first a comment in regard to the importance of co-design, I will actually say that, I'm autistic. I have some lived experience, some lived expertise around the things that I'm doing, and I still think when I can do it, given all the time pressures, and of course I don't want to overpromise, the things that I can actually do. But when it is incredibly helpful because it's a very diverse community. Other people have different lived experience, different lived expertise, different insights. They also, come without the academic lens. There's a lot of jargon, a lot of assumptions that come in, a lot of biases, a lot of career interests. So really, I see it as a way of just, getting out of sort of a groupthink mentality, getting to people who have real expertise and a different kind of expertise, and who can therefore measurably improve projects. And somebody mentions speed. It is slow, but it's still going to be better than doing 10 quick projects that are all fundamentally flawed in some way.
Maybe one last response. Yep. Before we wrap up. Yep.
Thank you for your questions. I probably, just starting with the lived experience aspect, I think it's absolute, fundamental. I myself have some lived experience as a carer. I also have anxiety, and that impacts how I use the built environment at times. But even my experiences, and even if I had, sort of a disability, like a visible disability or something like that, that's not translatable to what everybody's experience is, right? So co-design is critical. I think the way that I've tackled it in my research is challenging because, a PhD isn't something that you typically do with other people. And so I have a modified sort of co-design approach where I have a sort of like a governance team that I've worked with in developing the research design and parts of my project. I actually need to do another meeting with them. But that was sort of one way, but it's absolutely crucial. Part of the important thing there as well, though, I have to say, is as a practitioner, we need to get better at it. And practitioners need to realise that there's a difference between consultation and co-design. Co-design is working with people, taking them along for the journey and doing that the whole way through from the absolute get-go. And it actually means before architects get engaged, I have to say, because a project predates when an architect is engaged. A site has been selected, the person already knows more or less what they're doing there, they've got a budget for it, they've financed it, all of those things. And so you need people there from that point. It's important that people are there in that co-design process the whole way through, because they also then are part of the compromises that need to be made, because sometimes there are compromises, and having their voices there making those decisions as part of the team would make stuff just so much better than without those voices. And I think to the point on aging, it's virtually impossible to find places when you're trying to put any specific requirements in about accessibility or aging. It's really difficult to find places to live. I think that one of the things that I know, so I'm based in New South Wales, I know the government there is trying to look at accommodation that's sort of somewhere between, houses and apartments, this sort of missing middle, they call it, for people who are trying to downsize, but it's not necessarily addressing some of the issues of accessibility and inclusion. And I think that comes from approaching the actual people who are developing it, and it doesn't necessarily all need to happen through policy. Policy takes a really long time to change. It's very important because it makes it firm and it sticks, but we need designers and developers and so forth to do things now so that it happens tomorrow.
Excellent.
It's almost like it's about. So sorry. It's just continuing on Imogen's thing. It's coming back again to that demanding situation. You know, how demanding is your and affordability as well. So if, like, for instance, an architect or developer design a one bedroom and then it is affordable, but you have to access the bedroom via a set of ladders. That is so demanding that only specific people could actually live in it, and or it would buy as an investment. So I guess when developing apartment doesn't have to be like specially catered for anything, just in general to think about how demanding it is for everyday use, because this is not, like it's not a special accommodation or recreational that you can just do this for like 5 days or what have you. It's every day. So I think for those who are designing and developing, in keeping that in mind, because affordability needs to be all across, not just for a specific generation. And one last thing, just to emulate what Pat and Marianne has done in describing, for viewers with visual impairment. So I'm Southeast Asian. I'm wearing batik, which is like a pattern Indonesian sort of style blouse, and then my haircut is sort of, I've got a brown hair and a bob haircut that is across like an Etna mode and and Lord Farquaad. There you go.
Okay, so we'll take these conversations beyond the room. Can we have a grand round of applause for our fantastic speakers?
Okay, I'm going to hand over to Andrew Martell, who is going to introduce and talk about the studios that we have done with the Summer Foundation this year.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, so my name's Andrew. I'm part of the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning. And Kirsten and I, for a few years, have been running sort of ad hoc design studios around disability. And this year, we decided that we should try and make it a bit more formal and a bit more regular. And so we're very, very pleased to partner with the Summer Foundation to provide us with, for the next 2 years, we'll run a studio every semester that has a specific focus around housing and disability, with the contribution from the Summer Foundation, who are really great experts in this area. So we ran our first one this year, this semester just gone. I'm going to introduce these guys. They're going to talk a little bit about how that went. There was a prize for this one. Drew, who's sitting in the middle there, was a student who won that prize for us this year, so he might get up and have a couple of words. I know he's keen to give up a big presentation. So without further ado, I'll introduce you to Andrea and Shanae from the Summer Foundation, who will talk a little bit about how the studio ran this year. Andrea, please.
Thanks very much, everybody. It's great to come along to this symposium and share a bit about the studio work that we did with Melbourne University, and also just to hear the really interesting presentations on research and co-design that's happening. My name's Andrea Lockwood, and I'm part of what's called the co-design team at the Summer Foundation. I've got a colleague in the audience, Monique, who's part of that team as well, as is Shanae. So if you don't know much about the Summer Foundation, we're a non-government funded organisation. We do a lot of research, particularly in the area of housing and support for people with significant disability. It was founded about almost 20 years ago by an OT called Di Winkler, who was working with people with brain injury at the time and could see that many people didn't have housing options in the community, and so she set up the organisation to address that problem, and lots of evolution later. There's housing options in the community funded by NDIS. Lots of gains have been made through the work that she's done. The research at Summer ensures that we use a strong evidence base to the approach. So the work that we do in co-design, in policy and advocacy has a very strong evidence base to it. We're not a service provider, but we do work really closely with people with disability and the people and support providers that support those people as well. So it's the ecosystem around the person with disability. It's been a really fantastic opportunity to partner with Melbourne Uni, Melbourne School of Design for this project. Shanae and I have been particularly involved and have really enjoyed the project and learnt a lot about architecture. Working with postgrad architect students to design for the needs of people with disability has been really gratifying and so fantastic to see the work that the students have produced, really reflecting the things that we've talked about in the studio sessions that we've joined. So there's been really positive translation of the things we've talked about into the actual design. We joined a number of the studio sessions, certainly not every week, but a number of them across the semester. And Shanae and another colleague of ours who also has a lived experience of disability, we collaborated with another person who's an SDA architect. So SDA is Specialist Disability Accommodation. That's the specialist housing that's funded by the NDIS and based on design standards for people with different types of disability. So Shanae and our colleague, whose name is Sejan, particularly talked about their own lived experience of disability and how that translates into really good design for apartments particularly. And recently, as Andrew said, we presented an award for the best student design to Drew. And I'm going to hand over Shanae to talk a bit more about why we presented this award to Drew and the types of things that featured in Drew's design. So thanks, Shanae.
Thanks, Andrea. Hi, everyone. My name's Shanae Nielsen. As Andrea mentioned, I work in the co-design team at Summer Foundation. Drew was awarded the best inclusive design that incorporates features that meet the needs of people with disability. Drew's apartment and site design included a lot of really great features that really stood out to Sejan, Andrea, and I. I'm just going to touch on a few of them just to give a bit more detail about some of the factors of Drew's design that really did stand out and allowed us to pick Drew as the standout. So storage, Drew included electric wardrobe with drop-down hanging rails and shelves. Storage beside the basin in the bathroom to allow for more storage for things like consumables and just other daily household items. Pool cabinetry and drawers, adjustable upper storage units and wall cabinets. Wheel-in storage between the bedroom and the bathroom really allows for storage of equipment and more clunky items like any spare wheelchairs or hoists and other large equipment storage. In regards to the layout, there was a private bedroom through wheel-in storage to the bathroom. So it allowed for privacy, so you weren't having to exit the bedroom to get to the bathroom. Separate laundry, considered wheelchair circulation space throughout the whole apartment. There are adjustable spaces like kitchen cabinetry, which allows for change over time as a person's disability might progress and change. And rounded cornered entry into the kitchen. Some of the other features were auto-adjustable kitchen island bench top and stove top and sink. Accessible oven with side opening door and accessible height that was adjustable electronically. Automated windows, automated sliding doors with privacy screening and customizable front door. In regards to the private outdoor space, there were sliding doors, large outdoor space, once again, allowing for circulation for any wheelchairs, thin turfed areas for pets and assistance animals, and adjustable clothesline and planter boxes. In regards to future adaptability, Drew did include hoist ceiling tracks so that if the person with disability might need a hoist in the future, there's also provisions for that. I'm just going to get Andrea. Sorry, my body's not working as well today. Thank you. With the shared outdoor spaces, there were integrated and covered communal ramps, wheelchair-friendly planter boxes, our fresco areas that allowed for lots of space for multiple wheelchairs. And when it came to site design, community gardens, hydrotherapy pool with the inclusion of a hoist for people that need to transfer via hoist, ground floor gym with adaptive equipment, a GP, vet and physiotherapist, on-site cafe and library, communal and activity spaces, wide paths and marked zebra crossings, and also the design of multiple taxi ranks off the main road. So they were a few things that really stood out, well, not just a few things, quite a few things that really stood out to Andrea, Sajan and I around Drew's designs. And I have two quotes from Sajan, who couldn't be here today, and that was, automated surfaces makes it feel like my own home, and I can picture myself doing things in this kitchen. Yeah, really, really great job. And from all of the students, but yeah, Drew's design just had so many aspects that really stood out and made it really accessible and inclusive to so many people. So thanks.
Well done, Drew.
Thank you. Thank you.
Probably hard to hear all those things about the design that you did. Is there anything that you want to say, Drew? Yeah.
This one. I think it was really informative, to learn the lived experiences and just the nuances of that in and itself. I think there's many things that we don't consider that are just very everyday things that, you know, get in our way and, you know, don't see like a struggle. But I think from a design perspective, integrating them both like broadly, so you can sort of design very the nitty gritty, not strategically, and sort of have it like a feature, but integrating that into an architectural element and trying to sort of heighten that experience, maybe make it more universal, more applicable. I think that was the best part of the studio. So I tried to do that as much as possible. But yeah, just making sure that the design was as inclusive and, you know, just helped in as many spheres as possible was the main thing. So thanks for giving the lived experience, and I think it was a great studio. So yeah.
That's true.
I'd just like to introduce the next panel. So we have got a session now here on sport and people with disabilities, and we've got a wonderful array of people and we're going to be having a chat about sport and disability. And so we've got, I'll let everyone introduce themselves, but I'm Ray. We've got Hamish, Sophie and
Julian.
Hi.
My name is Sophie Day. I am 12 years old. I'll be 25 in 2 weeks. I was at Dentistry as a nursing assistant. I was at Rivera as an office assistant. And I make topics with Suyan and setting out so business that I am very busy.
Second slide. Got to get the slides worked out.
I took a very photograph of Sheila Gilead. My photo is in the missing my voice when I got my I was at Dentistry as a luxury assistant. I was at Rivera as an office assistant. And I make tote bags with Suyan and says in our business size. I am very busy. I walk 5 kilometers every day and play sports, local sports, online sports. It gives me energy. It makes me feel powerful. I did some music and dance when I was little. It made me flexible and strong. I played cricket at school. I liked batting and bowling. My dad was my coach. I did swimming for 2 years. I competed in the Special Olympics. I think I was an amazing swimmer. That is so short. That was hilarious. I play basketball and twice a week. I also play in Special Olympics tournaments. I love shooting the goals. I also love stealing the ball. I get fouls a lot. I work at the Australian Open this year. It's very exciting watching the players. I want to be as good as Carlos Alcaraz. That's why I started taking tennis lessons in February. This is me boxing and practice my tennis coach Ben. I play tennis twice a week. I played in my first tournament at Easter in Australia. And I made lots of new friends. I'm working at the Australian Open again in February. In May, I hope that everyone appears at Marvel Stadium. When Council played the Giants, it's very exciting. I met my favorite player, Patrick Cripps. I love Carlton, and I am a member of the club and go to the FO and FOW games. I am very competitive. I also love meeting people. Sport is fun. It is a way for me to make friends and be a part of the community. That's why I love playing. That's why I love sitting in the crowd, yelling for the multipliers, and thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Do we have another, either of you speaking? Yeah? Yep. Right.
Hey. Sorry, some moments. Thank you for the coming. Just a moment. So, my name is Julian McCarpine. I love sports. It is fun and keeps me fit. I love water and swimming from when I was little. The swimming makes me my heart and muscles and strong. I'm good swimmer. In 2022, I raced at the Special Olympics National Games in Tasmania. After I finished school, I joined in nano running. Sorry. I was swimming the group every week. I like bike running too. I learned to ride with no pedals before there were any cool balance bikes. My dad took the pedals off our bike. He painted for me. He was very proud when I was ready to ride with pedals. From year 4, I rode to school with my brother nearly every day. I like being in charge of myself. When I was at primary school, I asked when it would be my turn to play basketball, like my brothers. I was a non-running gangers player. I've very quickly. I like to say I am too puffed when I run fast. When I was 15, I got a still-day job at the running basketball stadium canteen. I cooked and served hot food. I made very good coffee. I served the coffee to the customers. I like earning my own money. I am saving up for a home for my own. Last year, I got another job about sport. It was the Australian Open tennis. I sold caps and t-shirts and towels and balls to the customers. I am looking forward to working there again in 2026. Basketball is my favorite sport. I still love playing it every week. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And Hamish.
My name is Hamish Baker. I was born with a rare genetic condition called SMA or spinal muscular atrophy. SMA affects the motor neurons in my spine and the ability for messages from my brain to reach my muscles. This can cause my muscles to atrophy through underuse. I was diagnosed at 2 years of age and have used a wheelchair since I was in kinder. SMA affects all the muscles in my body, and while I can walk short distances, I cannot run or jump. So playing traditional sports can be difficult or typically not possible. My legs, core, shoulders, and hands are affected, and there seems to be no clear reason why some muscles are strong and others are not. I'm still learning how my body performs, and sport helps me understand this. Spinal muscular atrophy is a progressive condition, however, very recent breakthrough treatments are changing the natural progression of this condition, for which I'm very grateful. At primary school, I was the only kid to use a wheelchair. Even though I was always included in school sporting activities, I could not complete equally. I was often the timekeeper or the scorer, which was fine, but I was unable to participate fully. This was normal for me. I accepted this and enjoyed my roles. I was introduced to wheelchair basketball at a local weekly wheelchair basketball competition, organised by Parallel Sports in Geelong. Will, a lifelong wheelchair user, and Kay Coleman, a mother of a Paralympian, ran the event, and I quickly realised that wheelchairs could be fast and fun to use. Will and Kay introduced me to wheelchair sports, and I realised that once everyone was in a wheelchair, I could enjoy myself. For people with a disability, accessing sport can be difficult at first. However, once you take the first steps, it becomes easier, and hear my thought on why sport is great for people with disability. Sport is fun, and wheelchair sports can be inclusive. They connected me to other wheelchair sports people. Parasports connects people to other people who may have a similar life experience. Parasports includes me in a way that able-bodied sports do not. Wheelchair sports allow people like me who cannot run or jump to develop skills. Sport allows me to participate in opportunities that are much bigger than myself, such as national championships and international sporting events that I've participated in. As I've become more involved in sport, I've been invited to participate in larger sporting events, and these make me realise that there are many people and organisations that are working to provide opportunities for people with disabilities. These include Tennis Australia, Basketball Australia, and Wheelchair Rugby Australia. I've participated as a competitor in national and international level events here in Australia that include people with disabilities from all around the world. This is amazing for me, as it helps me connect with other people living with a disability from around the world and helps me meet people who are not normally met. Coaches are very important. They can provide positive reinforcement and build confidence. I've found that the most positive coaches can make a hard training session or a simple fun practice session into a positive and confidence building opportunity. The best coaches look for different ways for people with disabilities to achieve their best. Right, especially in wheelchair sports, since there's such a broad range of such a broad spectrum of different abilities, having a coach that understands your disability personally is one of the best ways to do well in your sport. Another thing that I love about wheelchair sports is the opportunities that are presented to you. Through playing sport, I've had the privilege to travel all over Australia and go to amazing sporting facilities. I've played at national level events in 3 sports, and I've played Japanese and Turkish tennis players at an international level, which has been amazing. I've also had the opportunity to participate in athlete education in sporting organisations like Bowen Sports Academy, Victorian Institute of Sport, and the Australian Institute of Sport. I've been educated about nutrition, sports psychology, and how to look after my body. These are some opportunities I never would have imagined. Parasport does have its challenges. Due to a lower number of players, weekly local competitions are generally not feasible, nor is inter-school sport. Travel has very much become part of my sporting experience due to the need to travel interstate or across the country to play. To make competitions work, players need to travel from across the country to gather and compete. Traveling is great fun, and I've been able to see my country. However, it does take time away from my school, and the cost can be excessive. This year alone, I've competed in Melbourne, Adelaide, Sydney, Brisbane, and Canberra. The support from the government and private enterprises is incredibly important in supporting parasport. I've been able to obtain support for travel and some equipment as part of the government's para uplift to the 2032 Olympics in Brisbane, which has been amazing. One of the biggest complexities for sport for athletes with a disability is categorizing the ability and the effect on each individual. People with the same disability can be affected quite differently. So when athletes play against each other, some athletes may have a significant advantage over others. Sporting bodies deal with this by classifying athletes with a classification class. I'm quad in tennis, I'm a 2 in basketball, and I'm not yet classified for rugby. Wheelchair sporting bodies classify athletes by their functional ability, not just their disability, to ensure fair competition. The aim of this is to minimise the impairment impact on the performance by matching people with similar functions across the different sports or within teams. This year, I participated in a new PE and health elective titled Active Enable. This elective introduced students to a range of disability sports, including low vision and wheelchair sport. It was great to participate in this in my cohort and to be introduced to a range of low vision sports and sports that I've not experienced before. I would say to any person with a disability who thinks they cannot play sport, research your condition and try different sports to find out what you enjoy. There are a range of sports available for many different abilities. Without the Geelong local community who supported wheelchair basketball when I was 7 years old, I would never been able to make the connection with other wheelchair sports and players. The opportunities, learning and mentoring I've received has changed me, and the connections and friends I've made have been hugely impactful in my life, and I am very grateful for this.
Thank you. Now, we're going to be running a panel, a question and answer session on the speeches that we just heard, and we've got a couple of other people coming up to the panel, so I'll just introduce them or get them to introduce themselves. So do you want to, it's Cherie, is it, and Dom? So first I'll get you to just to introduce yourselves, just a couple of sentences, just let us know who you are and yeah.
My name's Dominic Sullivan, and I work for a company called Milparinka. We support people living with intellectual disabilities predominantly, and I work in the health and fitness department doing personal training, and yeah, I've worked as well in sport and coaching.
Hi everybody, my name's Nora Shields. I work at the Olga Tennyson Autism Research Centre. I'm a physiotherapist by background, and I do research that aims to increase participation in physical activity for young people with disability.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to invite the crowd to, or anyone online to ask any questions. So get your questions ready. I think we just heard some fantastic presentations, and I might take one of the first questions, but I think Hamish has sort of already answered a whole lot of them, as in why should people do, why should people with disabilities do sport, and what are the benefits? So you've just been talking about that, and I think you've did a fantastic description of the why people with disability need to be involved and how it enables inclusiveness in society, and it's also that the resilience, I think, that it builds up in people. The average person doing sport, it builds up resilience, but I think it helps that integration for people with a disability. Do you want to talk to that a little bit?
Is this on?
I think so. Do you want to try? Or swap, just swap. We can change it.
I also feel like with sporting and disabilities is like also builds a community with other people with disabilities. So when I was a kid, there's not that many people in wheelchairs. So through playing sport, I've met a lot more people with similar life experiences, I guess.
Sophie?
Yes. I'm 17, but I do play sports a lot, but I'll be sitting in the corner for umpires. Because I was on the ground on big screen, I met Patrick Reeves. Patrick Reeves is my favorite player. I realized I met Tom Hawkins. Tom Hawkins from Sri Cats being retired. And I will have a beautiful great. My parents are Saudi and Kirsten. I met Kirsten, is my mom from a professor from ADIS. Congratulations to my mother, Kirsten, and thanks to my Tuckfit coach, Sid Carson, and thank you.
What do you admire about Patrick Cripps? Like what draws you to admiring him as a player?
Because he plays so hard at Encore Park. I met him at Marvel Stadium in May 24 on Saturday. I was helping the umpires doing contours. Yes.
Thank you.
And that one, Sally Kenna was sweating on me. That was hilarious. Yeah, and I love it.
You done here?
Yes.
Thank you.
What are the barriers to, what are the benefits to people with disability?
Well, I love the basketball. Always too good. Because I would say is I gotta go. I got 4 points, but my team won. I'm so proud. I say thank you. Thank you, Mom, for getting ready, organize it. That's thank you.
What about the interaction with your team members? Can you talk to that? Like, are they I don't know, like, do you get camaraderie out of it, comradeship?
From
a good friendship, like you're socializing after you play sport?
Like we are friends.
Yeah.
I met Jess from a school from our South Special School, and we to the primary school with Jess at St. Thomas Primary School, and we went to high school from Myers.
So you had previous connections and then you formed the team? How did the team, whose idea was it to form the team?
I'm here from teachers and people worker. Hey, teach us to doing SAS.
What is SAS stand for? SAS stands for Insurance Accessories. It's a business making a bag doing grasses, bounty, research the customers in the market on December 13. We designed it together. Management says we made together as a teamwork.
Teamwork makes it dream work.
Yes, we do work together as a team.
Good slogan. Teamwork equals dream work. Very
good. Our dream work is be so proud. We're doing sewing and cutting different jobs.
Great. Okay. Dom, right up the end, anything to give us the academic view on the benefits of?
I'm so far from an academic, it's not funny, but I'll give you a sporting point of view and a coaching point of view. So, yeah, I think benefits-wise, obviously a lot of the physical benefits are quite well documented for people. Obviously, with better health results from being active. But I think the presentation that we just saw summed it up perfectly. I think outside of that, obviously the mental health benefits, the sense of achievement, which you saw throughout that presentation, but then also the extension of that, the connection to community. A lot of that was shown in that slide, and then what then follows from that. So obviously the safeguarding that comes from that connection, but the opportunities with employment. I think both Sophie and Julian ended up getting jobs through their experience in sport, and that's exactly what happened with me and my experience in sport. I love sport, have played, every sport under the sun as a kid, and that allowed me to be well connected in the community and put me in best stead moving forward. A lot of my jobs have come through connections that have been built there. So I guess that's one of the biggest benefits that I think that we saw from that. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on the mental health benefits or the sort of well-being benefits. So often when people get into sport or into physical activity, the reason they give to do that is because they want to get fitter, or they want to get stronger muscles, or they want to become more active. But what our research has shown is that when we talk to young people with disability after their participation in a physical activity, the key benefit that they talk about is well-being and mental health benefits. And so that's something that we actually need to really think about and think about how we encourage people to be active and how we encourage people into sport, because I think people go in expecting to get one thing out of it, but in fact get something very different out of it. And I think that's a really, really important thing.
And I think it's also, very valid points, representation as well. Like I think if the wider public see people with disability in sport and being active and doing tasks well and to a high skill level, then it does then reflect into things like employment, in general, relationship inclusion and things like that in society. People are seen doing things well that have a disability or that look different or that move differently, but suddenly they're doing, a high level skill. And it gives people, that realization that of, oh, hang on, the capability level is certainly there. And I think it helps that awareness through society. What about we turn it the other way and talk about some of the barriers? So you mentioned travel, and I know travel for me in a wheelchair is just horrendous. I hate getting on planes and having to do transfers, and I feel like a sack of potatoes getting thrown around on the plane. Can we talk to some of the barriers? So do you want to start first? You mentioned time away from friends and interruptions with schooling.
With me doing like year 11 and a year 12 subject this year, having a lot of time away from school, traveling and stuff is a lot. And also being more down near Geelong, traveling to Melbourne to train as well is, you know.
And what do you do about that? Are you going to like, can you do some subjects part-time, or do you do it over 3 years? Like, are you trying to, how are you putting it into your lifestyle, I think?
I'm trying to train as much as I can near home, I guess. And then going to Melbourne is like
only the essentials.
Like the essential things I need to do, and then getting as much things I can like incorporate near my home where I can train easier.
Yep.
Is that,
Yeah, actively doing that.
Yeah.
Now, what are some of the barriers that you face at Soap?
The insurance operation is making me feel like employee as well open in tennis is a sport. But the place I play is the country tennis backhand, top hand with the uniturn. That you technique I use. We do I did for split step to run for the tennis balls. I just started the tennis machine and learned very hard.
Do you have difficulties though with any of that? Like with the organising all of the playing of the sport?
It's not organising, it's a practice in the training. I did with my dad doing cricket. I did play cricket a long time ago. I was 12.
Great.
But my school is in 2020. I finished school, my son college in my friend Mila Sloan. Mila has a boyhood. We visit her in the hostel. We get her bounty.
Very good. Julian, any barriers you're facing with your sporting?
Sports. I love the basketball better. Because about Australian Open tennis. It's my work about us, because we are asked the Christian or buy a show T-shirts or caps, or we're doing the cash register. And I was feeling well.
Okay, so you talk about your employment role, and were there any barriers to you getting your employment role? Like, how did the recruitment and everything go through? How did you get that job? How did that emerge?
Because it's when you finish a job, you will paid for the job.
Say that again. When you
sorry,
but getting your job, how did you first get your job? Did somebody say you should work at the Australian Open, or did you decide I want to do some work in tennis? You contact?
Yes, I've been working in there.
Yeah. Okay. For a while.
Yeah, I really did last year, like January. Yeah, January I was still practicing new skills.
Yeah.
We do the teamwork thing, like teamwork anything else.
So you started working your way up, basically. You started playing tennis, and then you so you did like an apprenticeship bit, and now you're doing the full role with those tasks.
I'm gonna just still keep practicing, keep learning. Try get teamwork. You did, and make sure that you are good.
Yeah. And who's your favourite tennis player?
No one.
Okay. Keep it. Dom, up the end there, barriers.
Yeah, so I think especially coming from
or perceived barriers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perceived.
Yeah, and from this perspective, I'll speak towards senior sport, I think. So one of the bigger barriers there can often be finding volunteers, finding the right support as well, and also ensuring that that's sustainable support. So as most people have been involved in sporting clubs, understand that they're run-off volunteers, which often come from past players. At a junior level, it comes from parents, so it's certainly easier in that space. Whereas, once you get to senior level, we need past players to pretty much run clubs and ensure that's run for forever. And that's one of the biggest struggles that we've found, is ensuring that we find volunteers that are not only around for a few games, but actually around in the long haul, to be able to provide really good, meaningful sport. Like cricket game, for example, you're needing 2 umpires, you're needing coaches, you're needing scorers. It adds up quite quickly. So we need to ensure that the right support's put in place. And then one of the other barriers, I think, is also people's first experience and whether that is well thought out. I think Hamish touched on it earlier, that often for people living with disabilities, it can be hard to start sport. But once you get into it, it obviously becomes a lot easier and really sort of ingrains in your life. And that's what we've found is that ensuring that people's first experience is really well thought out, with what support's required, the environment, the equipment, because providing good first experiences is crucial to then providing longevity in sport. And unfortunately, a lot of the experience that I've had with the people that we work with is the story of so-and-so loved this with this person, but they tried cricket and they didn't like it. And it was 15 years ago. They went to one sort of volunteer day and they don't like cricket and potentially they don't like sport because of that one experience. So ensuring that when we're approaching these things, we're considering things about that individual and their likes and dislikes and their support requirements to ensure that they're set up for success and not just a sort of let's have a go and fingers crossed we get lucky.
And how those things change, because I think in the last sort of 10 to 15 years, like community awareness of disability has advanced so much. Like, do you put in extra supports and like actively put in, say, a buddy person or check facilities again once someone with a disability comes through?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's some fantastic organisations like the Melbourne All Abilities Cricket Association, FEDA have a similar for football. But I think on a one-to-one basis, certain individuals have had that opportunity to sort of be set up for success. I know with a number of the people that I work with, we sort of work towards goals. We break down, whether it be playing cricket, we break down that skill and understand what's going to be involved in it, not only skill-wise, but also the environment and what it takes to enjoy, so that when we experience that, we can go, what do you like and what don't you like about that experience? For many, it might be that they loved cricket, but it was the waiting around in the field that they didn't enjoy, or potentially the amount of people that were there they didn't enjoy. And ensuring that those experiences are broken down into little objectives, so that people aren't blanketed with this was a great experience or this was a terrible experience. And then we can work from there with individuals to find the right suit for them.
Yeah. Nora, do you want to add some comment? And then we'll go out to the...
Yeah, so in some of our research, we when we were analysing the data, we found this sort of journey going through that we described as getting in the door, getting started, and ongoing participation. And in fact, once you get people in the door, and it's actually easier to keep them going. But the bit where you have the least amount of support is to get in the door in the first place. And I'm not just talking about physically getting in the door as in physical access, but actually supporting people to even think about becoming active and, what would they like to try, sort of what their goals are, and just navigating the system, because it's actually really hard for people who've never had a physical activity experience or a sporting experience, and who maybe don't belong to a family where there's a lot of people in that family who have those kind of experiences. So people do need help to get in the door, both from a social perspective and a physical access perspective. So I think that's an area we need to target.
Yeah, and particularly maybe children, as an expectation, they'll be moving around and playing a lot of different sports, but maybe as an adult that acquires a disability, it's something not as inherent, maybe it's something. Yeah. Okay, we've got any questions from the floor? I'm not sure if that one's working. No questions? Got one here, yep.
Thank you. Talking about what you were just saying then, for the three presenters, I wondered what made the biggest difference for you to get involved in sport? What was the key thing that really helped you participate in sport?
Do you want to go first? Oh, Julian, do you want to go first? Yep.
It means like I love my work. I was still practicing more, and we just I was still cash with just make sure that check the price because that I will sell to the people, I will sell to customers, I will be so proud. Yeah.
Due to start swimming.
I don't know the name.
MIA.
Money.
There was a person, someone introduced you to swimming, spoke to you about swimming and said, this might be good to start.
Yeah, I think it's
try, yeah.
swimming, yes.
I yeah.
I will also still trying.
Yep.
Yes.
You got name of the sport called MIA, called Melbourne Inner East. Melbourne Inner East is about people with disability, but I can play basketball a lot. My team won, but I got 6 goals, but I can steal the ball and run hard. And that's what my team did. We did teamwork, we passed a lot and running really so hard.
It sounds like you've been playing sport since you were quite young. You've hardly made a decision, you've just been playing it.
Yeah.
The family have you supported you to play from a young age? Yep, so family support?
Yes, we have basketball at Tottenham at Ballarat. We from MIA again. We did a grand final against Ballarat, but much lost and that's a pass comment.
I could just say it's from the Melbourne East. It's a name, teammates.
Yep.
Yes, we have lots of team friends for basketball tournament at Ballarat. We did at hotel RCV club.
I think it'd be the long drive, but
very long, yes.
Ballarat be fine, but still keep better. Like you will win, you will win.
Yes, we go with this.
Hamish, what was your motive for starting sport?
Always just enjoyed the idea of sport and started playing when I was like 7 years old. Started playing basketball and just met different people. Then it kind of just expanded. Yeah.
Do you think it was your family influence? Was it brothers, siblings, sisters? Or do you just infusion, family influence?
Maybe it's a mix of stuff. My brother used to play a range of different sports. He was just trying them, then I just got into wheelchair basketball. And then through there, they said you should try tennis. Through tennis, they said try rugby. So, just wanting to play sport, trying it, enjoying it, and kind of just expanding from there.
Great. Any other questions from the floor?
What it does want.
Yeah.
I just love the ability that you'll have to overcome any challenges. Do you experience and how do you deal with negative feedback or comments from other people around you?
Thomas, our mother made a website that you made, but
with me?
it's called website. Website at Melbourne Stadium.
From a sister strain open.
It's about AFL doing football at Melbourne Stadium. But tennis is very open. My favorite player is Carlos Alcaraz.
So I'm not service is just thinking about strain open. Just saying get new skills. We will get new skills and the co-worker will get a feedback. Yeah, you will have feedback. Be nice. Take care. You are making new friends.
Is there anything hard about being an exercising?
Like I'm swimming or basketball. No. I'm sorry, but it's not really. But you can get 6 laps or maybe 3 laps. I did freestyle, a backstroke, a butterfly, a fixed stroke. You can do 2 easy. I'll say this sooner. Sophie, freestyle is my favorite, but I love it. Keep it do it again this year and next year.
Laura,
Thank you.
You got any responses to that question? Can you hand that? Not yet.
I think often the hardest thing is getting the opportunity to try, because I think a lot of people have low expectations of what people with disability can and can't do. And there aren't as many opportunities for them to have a go and to have a try to see, test out different things and see what they like and what they don't like. So I often say, well, just give it a go. The worst that can happen is that you don't like that and you try something else instead. So I think just having an opportunity in the first instance.
Yeah, I think it'd be fantastic if we were in a world where we could all just go in and approach any opportunity and know that it's going to be a positive one. So unfortunately, in my role, one of the big parts is ensuring that the opportunities are well thought out. And we sort of vet some of these opportunities, and that's going to the space with the people we work with, meeting people before going to the gym, for example, and sort of trying to see potentially some barriers or some of the negatives that may pop up earlier. So I think, again, around the right support for the people we work with. But yeah, some of the people we work with, unfortunately, have had some really negative experiences. But when pushed through that, the positive outcomes are so much better than sort of those small negative experiences. But no, it is an unfortunate thing that does sometimes happen. But as I said, if we set people up for success and the right opportunities are there, then hopefully that will happen less and less in the future.
And what are the barriers that you just mentioned? Can you expand on some of them? Obviously, I think it takes maybe a bit more time for people with a disability to slot into a sporting routine, and to get it all up and organised. They might have to get people to physically pick them up from the house and take them to the ground or the sporting place. They might need supports while they're actually doing the support, or it might just be organisational supports around the actual activity. Can you talk to some of the barriers you've worked through?
Yeah, so the challenge is that, and I don't love the word barriers either. I think it's
that's
it's a
another
it's a
discussion.
challenging look at it. But everyone that I work with is so individual. So when you look at an opportunity with a blanket approach of, are there any barriers for people with disabilities? It's very hard to approach. So, individually, like when we talk about accessing gyms, certain people that I work with have certain sensory requirements. And if they're in a space that is overwhelming, full of people, that can lead to potential behaviours due to the sort of overwhelming nature of that and the potential communication issues that they may face. So one of the sort of things that we have to consider is, how many people are in the space for these individuals though. But those barriers are different for everyone that I work with. And that's why it's sort of challenging to just look at it, an opportunity as, are there any barriers? It needs to be from an individual point. So yeah, with gyms, we, for one of the people that I work with, we aim to work at a local gym that's, it's a gym that's run on high membership numbers. So they essentially have thousands of members. They hope that only hundreds come or hundreds attend the gym throughout the week, and they hope that maybe 20 are there at any time. But that's not always the case. So it can be a very busy environment. Originally, the family was really keen because it was low entry cost. So obviously, when you've got high members, you can charge less. But unfortunately, that space wasn't going to be suitable for this individual. We perceived, we sort of had a crack with it, but we found that after a few weeks that was very overwhelming, and we weren't actually being able to provide the primary focus of really good quality training and working on health and fitness goals, because some other of those barriers were getting in the way. So we sort of approached a privately run PT studio, smaller space, and ended up working out of there. It was fantastic because in the end there was, maybe 1 to 2 members in there at any other time. It actually provided, although a lot less people, the quality of interactions were far better. Everyone knew the person by name, and it became a really good sort of community for him. And also he got far better training out of it. In the long run, he was safer. Others around him were safer. So that worked perfectly for him. But that's not to say that would work perfectly for everyone. So yeah, these barriers just really need to be approached on an individual level.
And the next person you get through might want to do sport to build social connections. I want all of those social connections from the big gym because they want to meet a lot of people. So, and they might have the same disability or something like that.
Exactly. And there's another person I work with who is exactly in that boat. So he was finding that at the big sort of gym, really popular, he loved the interactions, but he wasn't feeling confident or comfortable to try different things that might be more beneficial for his training. So we've ended up, he trains 5 days a week, but does 1 day a week with me in a private studio, and then goes to the bigger gym on other days, which provides him connection, but he then builds up confidence with me, doing some different exercises that then when he's feeling good can integrate into a larger space.
Yeah, we know, I was just going to say also to both Hamish and you mentioned cost of sport for people with disabilities is a big factor. Like, great if you can go to a sort of a private PT studio and do the gym, but then that's going to add cost to your, sporting regime or your routine. So, it's a thing that we have to think about, particularly when, people with disability half are unemployed and a lot of them live on a disability support pension, and, how do they, access these costs to do extra sport. So, possibilities of sponsorship or, recruitment through associations that help, or volunteering has to be that, support structure that helps them to get through the sporting activity.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I've probably got time for one more question. Over here. Yep. Got questions?
Yeah. First off, Hamish, don't worry about school, mate. Just dump that and focus on the sport. Yeah. No, I'll talk to him later. Don't worry about that. Yeah, just go all steam ahead, mate, on the sport. We can worry about school later. Have you nailed? First, I've got a couple of questions, if that's all right. First one for you, Hamish. Have you nailed one down yet? You mentioned about 8 sports there. Have we got close to actually nailing one down? Also, don't worry about it if you haven't. So I'll and Dominic, I've got a question for you because I've done a lot of sort of fitness work and PT work as well. And I've had the experience when I was younger, especially, and even now, that I would rock into these gyms, PTs would have no experience with disability, and I kind of lob in on them and go, this is what I need. I'm very, like, I can advocate what I need. But for people that maybe don't have that capacity or they're not aware of how they work, how do you adapt your sort of training techniques or in a mainstream gym or wherever else to help them find their capacity, so to speak, or how they work, and how have you changed over your career as a fitness professional to sort of cater for these different abilities and different capacities?
Well, do you want to answer yours first?
Probably the sport probably playing the most of right now and I'm enjoying the most is basketball, just because I like the atmosphere of playing in a team, and I'm just really enjoying it. Yeah, so that's probably the one I'm hopefully going to pursue the most. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so I was fortunate enough to work as a support worker for 5 years before doing anything in health and fitness. So that exposure really gave me a much better understanding of sort of some of the requirements that might be faced, and also just the individual nature that is required. So yeah, I think one of the big things that we've seen from people that do go and head down to their local gym and work with people that haven't had experience living with disability is that they just don't get the same quality of support. Often, for some, they get experience of people that don't want to work with them because it's just in the too hard basket, and that's just through lack of exposure. So yeah, one of the big things that I work on and that we do is, as you mentioned, like some people have the ability to advocate for themselves and explain their experiences and what they like and what they don't like, and potentially what's going to work and what's not going to work. And for others, we just sort of start an exploration period. And so I try and work on giving people as much exposure to a number of different sports, or if it's in the gym, a number of different types of training, so that people can understand what is strength training, what is cricket, what is football, and then from there understand what they like about that and what might work and what might not. And there is a number of sessions where I work with people in the early phases where things don't work. But I think that that's really important. I think that, when we've got a really good trusting relationship with the person I work with, we're both in a space where we're comfortable to try things and not succeed, and we can then work from there. And I think that, some of the most successful sessions I've had have actually been the person coming up to me being like, I hate that. I'm never doing that again. And that is just as valuable for me and for them as I love that. That's me forever. And yeah, there's a number of people I work with that everything we try, we love. And that's great. But I think some of the biggest things that make people who we are is knowing our dislikes, and knowing that when I get invited to go ice skating, I'm not going to be there. You guys enjoy that. But that's, I think, the big thing for us is in being in a space where people are comfortable to fail, to try different things, and then, working off that and trying to identify what's going to work really well for that person, and identifying their reason why. Like, why are you training? And yeah, I think that's hopefully answers your question. Maybe not.
Thank all of our panelists. It's been great discussion. I think we've brought up some really good themes about sport and people with disabilities, like things like decision making around what sports you play and which sports you choose to do, cost, what other elements have we spoken about today? Different barriers, so-called barriers and perceived barriers to sport, problems with travel, but the great opportunity that it provides for inclusion and representation of people with a disability in our community. So can I just get everyone to give everyone a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Quick photo. All right. Can you guys shuffle up this way so we don't have to move? You stay there. You stay there. I don't want to move. Do this. Yeah. Actually, doing it. Yeah. That works. You stay there safe. No, stay there safe. Yeah.
So, what about, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, guys. That was a really good session.
How's that?
A big smile.
Perfection. Smiles. And
then we're on.
Perfect.
Thank you. Well done.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
1, 2, 3. Thanks. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Thanks, Sophie. That was great. Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, I think where you go, but you're where you were before, and I'll just drag up a chair.
Don't forget your hat, Julie. Julie, in your hat.
Oh yeah, don't forget your hat, because otherwise I'm leaving with it. Oh, so. Okay, so before afternoon tea is served, just some, closing remarks. I think, despite what we said, I don't think I think we have a couple of comedians, if we can get them out of Tennis Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's been I've been here all day. It's been so many amazing discussion points and panels and amazing sort of research work. I can concur with Sonia. I was talking to her at lunch, like when I started my research sort of work and advisory group stuff, I had massive imposter syndrome and that I shouldn't be here. I'm not qualified. I don't have a PhD. I have no idea what any of they just said. Like I used to always say to, I saw their names on the board, like Christine Imms. I don't know if Rachel's still, I've worked a lot with her and Margaret Wallen as well. I used to always say, I need a glossary of terms that's just there all the time. But as just you build confidence and I guess if you're a researcher out there, academic, the lived experience is super important. And if you get someone that's new to that space, please keep telling them that they are important and their voices are important. So, and I think to touch on what Imogen mentioned about workplaces and the inclusion there, I think for me a big one is it's a cycle. So if people with disabilities, if we've got a job, we can go out and be social. And if we go out and be social, we're going to get a job. And if we do all that, we're going to potentially, meet people, friends, have relationships. And so I think if you can start anywhere. And then if we have a job and we're out, we're healthy. And if we're healthy, we can get a job. So it's all that and more. But I think there's been so many points that have sort of reiterated what I've experienced and what I hope will continue to progress further forward. So, yeah.
Were there any final bits from the audience to discuss? Otherwise, I guess the other thing also, having friends who are in wheelchairs, it also means that the back of every city cafe, restaurant, bar, and have been where you're saying you've been through every kitchen, you're just going, surely this can't be right.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone even saw as well. It was a while back, a fella, Shane, who owns a wheelchair equipment sort of brand. He met with the federal disability minister, and the minister's office wasn't accessible. which I think is just hilarious irony. It's so, I mean, it's horrendous, but it's so funny.
But even the ramp at the back.
Yeah, he had to go around the back through a ramp, like past an ashtray.
Yeah, and to
And
get
you're like,
cables off the
you're
ramp.
like,
Yeah.
dude, what are we doing? So that to me is like an epitome of what this symposium's about. Is like, and that's sometimes where you can get a little bit frustrated how far we've got to go. Is that the Federal Disability Minister's office isn't accessible, but you'd think you'd figure that out. But yeah, so I think, and I think another big one, like Hamish, you mentioned about sport, and I didn't necessarily have this when I was your age, and maybe, I might, connecting with people who have disabilities in a healthy, authentic environment. I played a lot of sport when I was a kid in my town of Albury, but a lot of that was playing wheelchair basketball just because they were the other people with disabilities in the town. We didn't necessarily work. We weren't friends. We didn't get on, but that was all we had. So I think if we can get more of what sort of your experience, and that is, I think I didn't really touch on it, but when you're in a regional area, like within, outside an hour of Melbourne, like I know Geelong is technically regional, but I think, that was a big, and I don't know how to fix that, but that is sometimes can get overlooked. And that was what my parents were a big advocate for as well, is regional. And I think the beauty of Zoom and the beauty, like people can zoom in from wherever they did for today. So I think we do have to keep that at the forefront of our minds, that to keep in mind there's a whole other world outside our metro areas. But yeah, I think connecting with people with disabilities is huge, because when I was your age, Hamish, I didn't want to know about my disability because I didn't have any friends that I liked. I didn't know any people that I liked that had disabilities, if that makes sense, without being too crass. But yeah, I think it's huge when you're 16. Like, I think if I had some more positive, my only person that I knew with a disability I was 16 was Kurt Fernley, and he's a weapon. Love Kurt. If anyone knows Kurt, I'd love to chat to Kurt. But yeah, I think I didn't know anyone that was my peer that had a disability, and that really sort of affected my overall view of. And now I'm finally got to a point at 30, so 14 years later, where I have a more positive view of my disability and the disability community.
Well, I think you've got a bit of explaining to Hamish's parents after this.
Okay.
So, okay. Thank you, everyone, both here in the room and also those online. And we will see you back next year in early December for next year's